Hey guys, just a reminder, whenever we start blasting off, make sure you're single file through the S-curve.
Her and Luke are supposed to be leaving.
Before you start passing.
No. Luke, Noah's taking Steele's. Yeah, she needs to get on a boat with Luke because they need to leave.
I'll tell her.
Good now, we got everybody. We're going out about where the boat stop right there. Yeah, push us over. Down backwoods, Tennessee byway. Hey, can you see Mr. Eric?
Welcome, everyone, to the Alabama Bass Trail presented by Phoenix Boats. It's the second stop of the ABT South. We're at Beeswax Park. This is it. I mean, this is where we kind of get things going. We had that first event. All the first tournament jitters are underway. They're done with. Now it's time to score some max points. Lee and Winslet are the ones that are on top of the ABT South as it stands right now. We got this event. We'll be going to Eufaula and working our way around the 5 southern stops. But this venue has been very important in bass history. I mean, it was my first Bassmaster Classic over 20 years ago. I think they've had 3 classics here in the past 20 years. But again, these guys are going to take off 225 boats this morning like we always do. You fish one, you fish them all for a lot of money. $10,000 first place prize. We play all the way through 40th place. But one of the key things is we also pay points down throughout. So 225 points for first, you get 1 point for last. Again, we're working through some of the best anglers, not only here in the state of Alabama, the region, the country, from many different states, but a lot of money is on the line. I'd like to thank all of our sponsors that help make this possible. We'll be live and on the water, 3 different boats getting you the coverage throughout the afternoon. We will be on Valley Sports Southeast on May 14th and May 21st. For those of you watching at home and around the world, can tune in to the television show. We're going to try and give you everything on our Black Rifle Coffee morning show from Kay in the booth, keeping things solid. To Ken and myself, and three different boats running around. So again, we're going to try and show it all to you today. We'd like to thank our sponsors for making it possible. But we'd like to start things off like we always do at every Alabama Bass Trail event, and that's with our national anthem. So if you would, please rise. Take off your hats, pay tribute to all of our soldiers here in the U.S. and around the world with the playing of our national anthem.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars
Boys and girls, I'm talking about all the money up for grabs. I was looking on my deal. $10,000 first place payout. We will check in at 2:30 this afternoon at Beeswax. But one thing I haven't told everybody, and some of the anglers might be surprised at, is we've got a special guest this morning running around the water. Yeah, I'm Robbie Floyd, the White Lightning. Kenneth Grover's going to be out there on the water. But Luke Duncan is also going to be out there on the water having a good time with you. Glad he can be a part of it. So let's do it. Let's turn around. Let's find out who these 225 boats are for this big money up for grabs today here at Lay Lake, the second stop of the ABT South. Boat number 1. Again, guys, make sure you say your name as you work your way by. Don't go by on plane, but let me verbally hear what boat number you are so I can let you go. Boat number 1, time to go. Shane Kennan, Tina Taft. Your number has been called. Good luck, boys and girls. Let's see what you've got later on this afternoon, kicking off at 2:30. Boat number 2, Sammy Reynolds, James Ward. You are free to release. Again, first flight checks in at 2:30 this afternoon here at Beeswax Park. Lewis Hill, Matt Hill. Boat number 3, you are free to release. Boat number 4, David Mims and Jay Perkins. Again, if you're in this first flight, start working your way this way. Boat number 5, Ricky Dunn, Trent Davis, you're good to go. Boat number 6, Steve Bridgman and Josh Cole. Boat number 7, Jeff Ritchie and Matt Ritchie. They're looking to get a little Richie Rich this afternoon. David Crawford, Rob Sandlin. Boat number 8, thank you guys. Again, say your numbers as you work your way by the boat. Even if I've already called your name, tell me your number, please. Boat number 9, Keith Mayfield, Daryl Adams. You're free to release. Boat number 10, CJ Knight, Anthony Goggins. Good luck, fellas. Ashley Brasher, Kyle Tigner. You're good to go. Boat number 11. Boat number 12, Terry Coughlin, Ted Scoble. Boat number 13, Clay Harris and Joe Williams, followed by the 14 boat of Ronnie Whaley and Will Bean. Just down the road from Montevallo University, a winner of their baseball game by a lot to very little yesterday. Boat number 15, Brent Benton and Chris Keel. You're good to go. Boat 16, Jason Lassiter, Shay Lassiter, free to release. Boat 17, bring them on down. Tony Wilkie, Jenny Wilkie, Clay Jens, Ty Solis in the 18 boat. Followed by the 19 to J.D. Perez and Kevin Gibson, good to go. Again, keep them moving, guys. We're going to stop after every flight, just briefly. We did Perez and Gibbons, Jody Fitz, Jody Gibbon Fitz, and Michael George in the 20 boat. The 21, James Barnett, Jimmy Simmons. Thank you, sir. Now, I heard that boat number. That's perfect. Charlie Cummins, Sammy Bailey, you're good to go with the 22. 23, Steve Graziano, David Parsons, free to release. The 24 of James Hunsinger and Larry Chadwick. In the final boat of flight number 1, oh no, yeah, 25, Zach Harrison and Kristen Harrison. I second guessed myself. In that Aluminum Express this morning. Be able to hit some of that skinny water, if they so choose. All right, 25 is clear. Let's go 26. Randy Jordan, Dwayne Jones, good to go. The 27 of Gage King, Wes King, King of the Castle, King of the Castle. Marty Giddens and Kim Giddens, good luck. The 29 is John Frank and Mark Womack, free to release. Again, Valley Sports, we bring you the coverage on May 14th and May 21st at 7 a.m. Central on Valley Sports Southeast. Boat number 30, free to release. Russell Samlokin Sims, the 31. Gentry Gordy, Hunter Farish up there in points trying to win that Angler of the Year. Get those entry fees paid for. Maybe make it to the Classic next year. Boat 32, Jimmy Miller, Jeremy Miller. Is it Miller time? The 33 of Ken Sessions, Greg Sessions. Fishing is now in session. Billy Lewis, Justin Kaiser. You're good to go. The 35 of Charlie Williams and Michael Smith, free to release. 36 of Frank Bradfield, Tyler Morgan, good to go. The 37 of Mike Hearn, Sugar Walker. In first flight, checks in at 2:30. Bradley Betts, Heath Payton, the 38, 39 boat, Michael Bryant, Mike Garrett. The 40 boat is Clinton Nail and Kevin McCaleb. Chilly start this morning, about 39 degrees when I arrived. Supposed to get up to 63 this afternoon. Michael Taylor, Stephen Johnson to the 41. 42, Adam Ryder, Brad Trotter. Mike Hornsby, Wade Hornsby, and the range in the 43, Richard Petty entry. Mark Evans and Terry Harris. Again, guys, call out your boat numbers as you make your way by so I can hear you, please. Thank you, sir. Love that. Mark McKay, Tim Hurst, boat number 45, free to release. Good luck, Governor. 46 of James Agerton, Danny Phillips. We're weaving and bobbing like the SS Minnow out here. Amanda Williams, Paul Williams. Big catches last time at Martin. See if I can do it again to 47. 48 boat, Chris Landers, Brad Pitts. Yep, that Brad Pitts. Alan Hudson and Tyler Hatter, the 49 to 50 boat. Ty Story and David Hardy. Waiting for that 50 to clear. I see you. We'll wait for that 50 to clear. And I want to hear that 51 yell out their number when they work their way by, even though they both have helmets on. Got my helmet and shoulder pads. Boat number 51, where are you at? There we go. They're over on the side. You're good to go. Jeff Jennings, Mitchell Jennings, 52, Tyler Rollins, Casey Jones, there you are. They're waving though, they still couldn't hear me to say their number, but I probably couldn't hear them through that helmet. Boat 53, Jake Grogan, Ryan Ingram, the Ryan Ingram, boat 53, boat 54, Trey Wade, Bradley Parnell, Lake Eufaula winners, speaking of Eufaula, in last year. Boat 55, John King, Jimmy Deaton. The 56, George Parker, Terry Parker, you are free to release. Boat 57, Larry Franks Jr., Larry Franks Sr. There's a whole bunch of Larry Franks on that boat. Riley McCullough, Sawyer McCullough, good luck, gentlemen. Nick Dukas and Mark Jones in the 59 boat, you are free to release. Thank you. Boat 60, Wesley McKellar, Adam Currington in the 60 boat. The 61, Cody Williams, Terry Fellows. Boat 62, Tim Peake, Byron Smith, free to release. The 63 of Jimmy Wood, Ken Jones. 64 of Patrick Graven and Lisa Evans. John Kellett and Robert Story in the 65. 66, David Hutchins, Todd Spencer, where you at? Thank you for saying your boat number. Boat 67, Doug Grooms, Alan Carter, free to release. Tyler Malone, Cade Law, the 68 boat, where you at? There you go. 69, looking for them. Blake Davenport, Zach Lightsey. John, they stopped calling their numbers. They just get lazy. Boat 70, Chris Briles and Hunter Briles, you're free to go. They wave, their arms are going to be wore out, but I just can't hear a wave. Boat 71, Keith Allman, Brandon Sutton. Put some emphasis on those T's, didn't I? Edgar Bilala, Philip Hoskins, you're good to go. 72, 73, Justin Coker and Evan Robbins. Fingers are cold. It's a little chilly this morning. Eric Summers, Robbie Pelt, free to release. The 75 final boat in this flight, Matt Hedrick, Matt McClung. Where are the two Matts? There's the Matts. Matt-tastic. Next flight, boat number 76, Lake Blasingame, Jacob Denton, you are free to go. The 77, John Howard, Hunter Billingsley. 78, Brian Adamson, Ryan Lloyd. You got two L's in that Lloyd, that's why I had to do that. 79, Shane Thompson, Tony Campbell, you're good to go. John Pollard, Dallas Weldon, good luck, gentlemen. Boat number 80, boat number 81, Jackie Jones, Donald Jones. Keep it up with the Joneses. Eric Singer, Jenna Spencer, the 82 boat. 83, Chris Masters, Peyton Smith. Did they master they late? Ken Walters, Jason Beasley in the 84, the 85. Logan, and I like this. I give it the French aspect, Porsche. But he looks fast. I'm going to call him Porsche. Joe Lay, Nick Turner. Oh, I forgot Walker Lilly was with Logan. Nick Turner, Joe Lay. No forgetting them. They're followed by the 87 of Ricky Harp and Chris Dill. Josh Law, Chad Law. Sounds like a law firm. 88. 89 boat, Leonard McGuire, Maurice Smith. You're free to go. Sun's coming up. I think it's going to be a good day today. You want that sun. Fire things up. Boat number 90, Doug Stevens, Jacob Wood. Tony Hogan, Vernon Ward, the 91. Boat 92, Brandon Rufo, Marshall Rufo. 93, Derek Hutchins, Jay Hutchins. You are free to release. The 94, Downtown John Brown and Trace Sorrells. There we go. Thank you, guys. Boat 95, Stephen Rogers, Jacob Rogers. See, this is Mr. Rogers' neighborhood. 96, Garrett Carter and Gene Carter. Welcome back, Carters. 97, Joe Wyckoff, Alan Davis. You are free to go. The Lake Martin winners for 2023. Rob Lee, Steve Wilson, your South Anglers of the Year points leaders in the 98. 99 is Matt Maddox and Bill Maddox. In the final boat of this flight, Dean Robinson and Joel Hughes. Where are you at, 100? There you go. We're going to wait for them to clear. Start working your way up. We're still not at the halfway point yet. Yep, that's right. 225 boats take off, 225 come back. Safe and sound today. Boat 101, ready to go. Shane Horton, Brandon Horton. Good to go, guys. Thank you. Whew, that boat did so well. Boat 102, Brady Bowden and Joseph Lacey. Josh Brogdon and Wade Cannon, the 103. The 104 will be Joey Davidson and Tullis Lanier. Good luck, gentlemen. 105, Shane Powell, Tim Fox. I wonder if he's related to Jamie. 106, Mike Freeman, Zach Freeman. 107, Lanier Burton, Kelly J. Good to have you fishing the ABT, Kelly. 108, Danny Kofer and Kevin Kofer. Could be coffers trying to fill their coffers. Lucas Lindsay, Brendan Holt, the 109, the 110 of John Tyler and Bobby Brown. It's his prerogative. 111, Daryl Crenshaw and Billy Adamson, and we're at that halfway point with Joey Adderhold and Tim Hatcher in the 112. Didn't we used to call him Timothy Hatcher? Did he just drop it? Did he drop off the Authy and he's just now Tim? Edgar McMichael, Dale McMichael, the 113. 114, Waylon Mullis, Jeff Fansler. Last year's overall Anglers of the Year fishing the South, Brian Stifler and Wesley Gore. Good luck, gentlemen. Larry Walter, Shane Patterson, the 116 boat. 117, Doug Shower, Joe Shower. It's the shower hour. Michael Adams, Raymond Adams, the 118, 119. Robert Croxton, Mark Compton. Jeff Morgan, Tim Battingman. I'm going to keep putting in fastest all over that thing, Tim. It's only been at least 7 years probably that I keep doing it. Battingman. 121, Paul Tarpley, Greg Davis. Oh, man, starting to get some soggy, but 122, Jim Beavers, Michael Wright. You're good to go. 123, Brandon Lovely and Josh Williams. Thomas Neely, Tyler Wilkerson in the 124 boat, followed by the 125 of Michael Harden and Mike Harden. Scott Reed, Josh Reed in the 126, the 127 of Alan Brown, Frank Henry. You're good to go. They still looking good, John? 128, Bo Terrell, Matt Daniel. I missed the natural break a second ago, so I just had to make sure. Jonathan Ray, Donald Ray in the 129. 130, Dale Brown, Gunnar Brown. Alan Yarborough, in relation to Kale, and Chance Perry in the 131. 132, David White, Hannah Peoples. Victor Harper, Blake Harper, you're good to go in the 133. 134, Harry Parkerson, Jason Turner. Eddie Rhodes, Dennis Muller in the 135. 136, Mark LaPlante, Tim Knowles, good to go. Thank you for flowing smoothly, I see over there. 137 is Lawrence and White, followed by the 138 boat, Jacob George, Ryan Sweetie. 139, Matt McKenzie, Brandon Black, free to release, followed by the 140 of Kenny Smith and R.J. Thompson. Jeff Cannon, Marty Colley. In the 141 boat, 142, James Pitts, Jonathan Monkus. 143, Chris Jackson, Mike DeRoche Jr. 144 boat, Michael Cox, Colt Boyette, you're free to go. 145, Chris Pearson, Roy Chapman. Yeah, my hands are getting cold. I don't know why. It's sunny. It's nice. Chris Pearson, Roy Chapman. They're behind Cox and Boyette in the 145. 146, Quilly Trott and Neil Davis. You're free to release. Followed by the 147 of Mike McCullers, Slade McCullers. Dustin McKinney, John Walker. Justin West and Cody Vickery in the 149 boat. You're free to go. Mark Cameron, Brian Belcher in the 150, 150 was the last of that flight. They're clear. 151, Austin Archer, Charles Estes. You're free to release. 152, Chad Boykin, Danny Grantham. We're moving on to 225. We got to get to 153 first. That's David Pear and David Noakes. Double D's in that. 153, 154. Harold Wells, Kurt Thomas, excuse me. First one, like, who's Kim? Alan Martin, Langston Martin in the 155 boat. 156, Landon French and Jeremy Collier. Clint Miller, Joe Meyer in the 157. 158, Joe Knight and Michelle Bressy. Good luck, guys and girls. Lee Boyd, Eric Bryan in the 159 boat. 160, Tim Watson and David Talley. He was related to Randy Watson. 161, Steve Limpook, Mitch Milner, Todd Sims, Travis Stuck in 162. 163, another Sims. This is Jimmy Sims and Jared Sims. That is 3 out of the 4 names are Sims. Corey Bates and Jason Cardiff in the 164. 165, Alex Pruitt, Calvin Reese. I know a lot of people are saying, yeah, he's really good with his man. 166, Jace Thompson, Thomas Eden, you're free to go. Dwayne McGuire, Dylan Burns. Big E, where you at? Big E, Eric Morris, Mac Norton in the 168, but 169, Foster Bradley, Nick Harris. 170, Adam Bain, Chris Collett. Trinity Mailer and Max Haygood in the 171, boat 172, Xavier McKinney, Lonnie Vincent. I like Xavier, though. That sounds more formal. Xavier. 173, Jeffrey Haskins, Mike Chambers. 174, Chris Walton and Jace Garrett. And the final boat of this flight, Josh Chappell, Paul Davis. Good luck, gentlemen. The final boat, we can get 175. Do they clear? Do they wave at you, John? Uh-oh, starting to cut out. 176, Tom Frey and Mark Corbett. 177, Will Bates and Patrick Snellings. Bert Seitz and Kyle Roy, you were good to go. The 179, Willie Thornton and Lewis Thornton Jr. We'll cut out on our speaker. Didn't want to have to tweak our dongle. Not this early in the morning. Daryl Osley and Dennis Gaddy in the 180 boat. 181, Jeff Fulcham and Jacob Fulcham. You're free to go. 182, Greg Bearden and Thomas Shelton. When was the last time you heard a boat number, John? Did it?
I hadn't heard one in a long time.
He ain't heard one in a long time. Me either. I think we just stop here until we hear boat numbers. 183, Jason Spruill and Alton Schreiber. Matt Hurst, Roy Hurst Jr., hashtag Team Hurst. Good luck, gentlemen. Well, we might have to tweak our dongle. Oh, you know what? That pole might be hitting that microphone cable. Where's hashtag Team Hurst? 185, David Sneed, Clint Carter. There you go. I heard that number. Awesome. 186, Mike Fessler, Rob Kyle. Oh, yeah. Our light poles. Oh, now we lost it all again. Either way, Robert made his Carlin Alfred 187. Our speaker is hurting. 188, Ashley Drake, Richard Leary. 189, John Thomas Wally and Justin Duke. 190, Brent Harper and Jacob Kiker. You're good to go. 191, Terry Stevens and Kyle Dorset. I think I got a camera on board. Good luck, guys. Show some good fishing here at Lele. Where did we get? We were at Morris and 187 Taylor Morris, right? Where did we? I lost my track and I can't find them now. Yeah, I know. I remember it was Dorset, but I can't find the number. See if they tell me the numbers, I'll be able to get it. Oh, there was. I lost it all, got together. I can't find Dorset to save my life. Where do you think we have? 197, Taylor and Morris, Kilgore and Kilgore. I hadn't said that one. That was 198. 199, Scott McDonald, Ty McDonald. Boat 200, Chris Rutland, Kobe Carden, our Lake winners from last year. So there it was. I see it right below that. So yeah, we're right around that 200. So yeah, I know I missed you, Jeremy Smitherman and Timothy Hicks on the 193 because we picked up on Baker and Baker. I didn't want to miss them. 200 was Rutland and Carden. 201, Andrew Hall and Michael Allen. 202, Mike Autry and Mike Freeman. 203, Brian Jones and Barry Jones. You're free to go, followed by Mike Scroggins and Terry Craft. 205, Robbie Pritchard, Lynn Pritchard. You're good to go. Jeremy Britton and Matt Young in the 206. Just going to keep motoring through these guys. They're all single file anyway by now. 207, Stan Holm and Steve Thrash. Followed by Eric Farnham and Cameron Gibbons. Stuart Payne, Nicholas Bramall. You're good to go with the 209, 210. Charles Beach, Chuck Beach Jr. Tim Windsor, Mike Smith in the 211, Mo 212, Curtis Coleman, Steve Thompson. Chad Smith and Randy Smith. Team Smith in the 213, 214, Ethan Stevens and Blake Sanders. The Colonel. Shane Wallace and Anthony Coley in the 215 boat, 216 of Ethan King and Fletcher Phillips. 217, Justin Mott, Randall Hamilton. Good luck, gentlemen. Chris Hutcherson, BG Marvitz in the 218. You're good to go, followed by the Godwin boys. ABT regulars, ABT winners, trying to do it here on Lay Lake in the 219. 220, Jeff Myers and Jared Ellis. You're free release, followed by Kyle Shear and Leslie Shear. The triple deuce of James White, Eugene Davis. You are free to go. 223, Terry Tucker, Jeremy Green. Followed by the 224 of Jamie Lewis and Charlie Thomas. And the boat I have been waiting for, yep, boat number 225 of 225. We give you the longest day of fishing. Taylor Luna, Kayla McNeil. We will see you this afternoon here at Beeswax Park. The first flight will check in at 2:30 this afternoon, and we will check them in every 15 minutes, another 25 boats until we are done. Somebody is going to win that winner's share. As you see boats going behind us, you see some turn around going in front of us. A little pocket in there that I'm going to be starting off in possibly this morning and working my way out. Again, first flight checks in at 2:30 this afternoon at Beeswax. If you want to come out and join us, you can do so. My name is Robbie Floyd. We're going to have Luke Duncan, Kenneth Grover out there on the water. Not sure if I'm sitting in the studio. We go to a commercial break, but either way, we're going to be back throughout the afternoon on the Black Rifle Coffee Morning Show. We're glad you can be a part of it. We'll see you for the next several hours here on the Alabama Bass Trail, presented by Phoenix Boats.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome into the Alabama Bass Trail Live Studio here on the banks of Lay Lake at Beeswax Park. 225 boats just took off. They are shooting for that $10,000 first place, but maybe more important, punching their ticket to the championship later on at Weiss Lake. Let's talk a little bit about Lay Lake. It is in Shelby County, Alabama, and this event could not take place without the assistance of the Shelby County Commission. Miss Kendall Williams and their staff there have been phenomenal to work with. We appreciate their support in bringing our 12th event to Lay Lake over the 10 years of the Alabama Bass Trail. Lay Lake is just over 12,000 acres, and it's located just 35 minutes south of Birmingham, Alabama, one of our more metro cities. It's in east central Alabama, and it has played host to, this is the 12th Alabama Bass Trail event, and it is a former Bassmaster Classic lake, a 4-time Bassmaster Classic lake. So it is located between Logan Martin Lake and Lake Mitchell. So you will see some guys that will run to the dam today. Weather leading up to this event, guys, has been really unseasonably warm for Alabama. We have seen temperatures in the 80s early this week. But of course, as always within Alabama Bass Trail, we had a thunderstorm come through yesterday, and it chilled us down about 20 degrees today. It's going to reach up into 62, 63 today, but 39 at blastoff. So a little bit different from what we've seen over the course of the last few days. But the good thing that you're seeing on the drone, too, is clear skies. We had no fog this morning. I think that's always a concern when you have early spring tournaments, but we had clear skies, so it was great. 225 teams, 450 anglers hit the water this morning. In the past years, we've seen weights go from 18 pounds to 24.5 pounds here at Lay Lake, so it is setting up to be either just immediate pre-spawn or We'll see some people possibly bed fishing today. So I think that's going to be an exciting change of events over what we've seen over the past 2 tournaments that you've been with us. We're looking for largemouth and spotted bass measuring 12 inches or better. Everybody is hoping that it is 12 inches or better. That's for sure. Teams that you're going to want to watch, I think you got to look at Rob Lee, Steve Winslet. They were your Lake Martin winners. They've done great on this lake before. They are Coosa River guys, so you're going to want to watch them. Also, Chip Bradley, Nick Harris, each one of those guys have multiple wins on this lake, so you're going to want to watch them. Robbie alluded to it during Blastoff, the Godwin brothers. They're going out late today. They've got all day to pick where they want to go fishing. They're going to be a team that you're going to want to watch. Again, Chris Rutland, Kobe Carden, those guys have 4 wins on the ABT right here at Lay Lake, so you got to watch them too. I know Kenneth is on a team right now on boat number 18, I believe. I apologize, guys. We're going to get out to him on the water and let him talk about who he's with and if they have any fish in the boat. I did hear it was going to be a quick bite this morning. Kenneth, if you could, tell us who you're with.
I am with boat 18. It's Clay Jens and Ty Solis, and we got on them pretty quick right after they got started. So far, no bites, but it is early. Had just a little bit of fog on the water when we got back in these creeks, but the river channel was pretty clear, certainly safe for takeoff, so everything went off smoothly. Still got a few more boats coming in this creek, so they haven't filtered in here yet. We decided to start in Cedar Creek, and we're kind of behind the bridge, so we're in the back end of the creek. A lot of shallow water. You can see there's shoreline grass. Really expect to see a lot of teams doing this type fishing today. This lake is known for the shoreline grass. It can be pretty thick in places, depending on the time of year. So that's where these fish kind of pull up to spawn, and they're either going to be in the process of spawning or getting ready to. So certainly a good area for these anglers to target the bass today. Been quite a few other boats coming in this area this morning, so we'll be able to cover quite a few without having to move too far. Should be an interesting day. I know a lot of the anglers are saying that they've really struggled during practice, but fortunately for those guys, practice doesn't count. It only counts today. So I really expect some pretty good catches today, but it's going to be interesting to see what it will take to win this tournament. So I've seen these guys throwing frogs. I've seen them swimming a jig. He's swimming a worm now, on the front of the boat. Let's kind of alternate their techniques, figure out what it's going to take to trigger the bites today. We've seen these guys kind of mix up their bait selection quite a bit this morning, and we talk about that a lot in these team tournaments, that it's key that the two anglers work together. It doesn't matter which one gets the bite. It all counts as the same. So most of the teams, you'll see them really kind of work together and not be throwing the same thing. When the two anglers are something really dialed in and they know for sure that's what it's going to take to catch a fish. But until they get to that point, you can see the guys are really mixing it up and they give them the best chance to figure out what it's going to take to do well. you know, it is early spring. It's the time of year that these fish move around a lot. You can fish through an area and not get bit. You can come back later and fish through the area and get bit. Sometimes it's just a matter of these fish finally pulling in the right area and getting active and ready to. I expect a lot of areas today where several teams probably flow through. There's already a boat behind this team kind of going through the same area where they started. But it is the time of year that you can do that. You can go in behind somebody and still either time it right or do the right technique and catch fish behind them. Here's an example of some of the grass beds. It's in quite a bit of the lake here, and that's going to be a prime target for a lot of these anglers. There's not many clouds in the sky now. It's going to be bright and sunny as soon as that sun gets up a little bit more, but we're expected to get more cloud cover later on in the day, so it'll be interesting to see how that may change some of the patterns as the day goes on. Looks like the water temperature in this creek is around 50 degrees. I'm guessing it had probably been a little bit warmer earlier in the week, so it's kind of a cool morning last night. So it may make it a little bit tough for these guys to get a quick start. But bite might get better as the day goes on. Mostly shallow water in this creek. Where these guys started was where what little bit of a creek channel there is. It kind of swung against the bank. This is an area where the creek channel's pretty good ways off the bank. But you saw there was a grass bed, there was a log. Now we're coming up on a few docks, but it's kind of what you see on this lake. It's kind of majority of the cover throughout the lake and what these guys will be targeting. Actually, a little bit surprised here. He kicked his trolling motor on high. He's kind of skipping docks. So I don't know if it's based on his practice, but obviously he doesn't expect the fish to be around the docks. That dock there is there's actually a feeder right there on the corner. That's the second dock I've seen with a feeder on it. But sometimes that can help attract fish that the bass can feed on. See, slow back down. There's another little old patch of grass right there in front of them. It's a real small patch. Sometimes you hear guys talk about isolated cover. Sometimes the smaller patches can be the better places. He had to tilt his engine up, so it is super shallow right there. I just talked about isolated cover can be the key. He fished all the way down this area with the creek trying to hit the bank. The larger grass bed, he gets to the isolated piece of cover, catches a fish.
We clear yet?
And I don't know, but I'm assuming. So Lay Lake is part of the Coosa chain. Coosa chain is known for the spotted bass, but I really think the largemouth are going to be the key today. There's a lot of really big spotted bass in this lake, but I think the majority of the teams that are going to do well are going to have some good largemouth.
I can't answer. Hey girl, sorry, I'm live. Can you hear me? I got you. So, does it say camera 3? Can it see camera 3? There's none in the case, in the camera case. Oh crap. Okay, have them meet you back at the dock in the back of my truck. There are two that say wireless with big batteries. They're a box. There's a box in the back of my truck. But have them meet the dock. You know where they are.
All right, I understand Robbie's set up on a boat now, so we're going to hang out with these guys a little while longer, but let's check out Robbie and see what he has going on.
Well, Kenneth, you know, if we take off at Beeswax, I've got to check out that little pocket. I like to call it KVD's pocket because he owned this thing way back when the Bassmaster Classic was here, 10, 15 years ago. I'm with boat 166, Jace Thompson and Thomas Heaton. They were the first ones I came to once I went under that bridge to the left. I heard there were about 6 or 7 boats that came into this pocket. I'm going to try and pick it off and see. Guys, any bites yet? I know you had to come in here. It's a big-time place. Everybody knows about it, but you have any bites yet?
No, not this morning. We practiced in here and had several good bites, so we figured we'd start here and let the sun get up. We noticed the temperature's going to fall off this morning.
Water temp, what's it been like? I saw 59 at the ramp when we launched. I mean, that's getting close to that 60 mark. What was it like in here through the week?
It was about 64, so it's killed us a little bit. So, like I said, we're just killing some time, trying to let it warm up a little bit.
All right, we'll let you keep fishing out there. And it looks like weapons of choice, something with soft plastic. Working through some of that grass. I saw him hitting a dock that was behind us, you know, the gas station as you pull up to Beeswax, picking apart that dock. So the temperature's kind of killing them. I like 64. You tell me 64 in springtime, I'm thinking it's getting sexy time, but it is a little chilly this morning. But the high today is supposed to be, the ambient temperature is supposed to be 65, so things will be warming up. See, the water's fairly dirty. That'll warm up a little bit quicker. The one thing I was really happy with is no fog really this morning. A little smoke on the water as we took off, but no heavy fog. So that's a good thing. So you'll hear a lot of that from the anglers this morning, talking about how they want the things to heat up, that sun to get up in the air, maybe waiting for a certain time for some of those fish to get underneath some of that cover. Do you have any good ones in practice?
Yes, sir.
What was it good?
I'd say 4.5.
That'll work.
Several of them.
That'll work. Did you have a magic number you'd love to get to, or do you think it's possible today? What do you think it's going to take to win?
I'm going to say it'd probably take 20 to win.
How much?
20, 21.
Okay. That's a good bag of fish, but there's no doubt 20 pounds is possible here today. No, we've heard from Kenneth and Give the Scoop and myself. I think we're working through some technical stuff with Luke Duncan
out there on the water. Can we give us our some more insight as well today? We're only going to stay with these guys for just a little bit. I was hoping, again, you come into this pocket, you know, and it's paid off many times. In this this area, there's like a big spawning pocket that's out in here, and you can go two different directions. Go left and go up a little skinnier creek if you got an aluminum option. Fiberglass boat's only going to make it so far, but if you got an aluminum option, you can go up this creek a ways. To the right is we'll see a boat. Austin, show over there to the right. You can look across. You got more vegetation going all the way across this big pocket. And out there is where Kevin Van Dam was. He just made circles around this big area. So there's a lot of ups and downs, little holes. You're seeing a lot of vegetation really already for this year starting to grow in here. But this is a big pocket that a lot of these fish like to move into. You see another boat has moved in that was on the other side of the dock, other side of that bridge just a moment ago. So even though it's a small area, we're about 6 or 7 boats in here. Kenneth is on somebody else. I might go to him for just a second to find out who that boat is across from us and maybe try and get some shooting and ideas. But he's not able to do that right now. So let's just sit back and watch. Maybe they'll catch one. Did you have one bait that worked better than the others? Yeah, swim baits, swim jigs, frogs later in the day. Yeah, that looks like really good froggy material right there. Hopefully that will be the case. Yeah, and it was chilly start. I mean, temperature right now is in the low 40s, but the sun is out. We're in a little shaded area. The sun hasn't got up over the treetops from where we're at, but it's going to be a pretty day today. If you want to join us this afternoon at 2:30 at Beeswax Park. It's a process. I mean, we try and get these guys out of here as quickly as possible, but 225 boats launched this morning. 225 boats come back and hopefully cross the stage this afternoon. What they're doing, as long as they're directionally casting, I'm good. Lure change. Got a little underspin on that?
Yeah.
That's nice. Yes, it is very calm.
I had it tied on from the last tournament, picked it up in the throw and cut it off and caught a 4-pounder right there on it.
It's been in your hand ever since, right? What do you got on it? What soft plastic's that? The Kitech swim bait, but has a little underspin. He said he picked it up, in the last tournament and caught a 4-pounder on it. So anytime you have luck like that or fortune like that, you gotta get another.
Thomas tied one on and we caught 4 more to there and we left.
And this is in practice?
Yeah, we came in, there were 3 boats sitting there, so we just kind of killed it.
What is it? Where that guy is, or is it open now?
We caught it all on this side, all down through there.
Yeah. So they wanted to go to a spot that paid off in practice, but there were already 3 or 4 boats that have worked their way through there. This is very skinny water. I think I'm anchored with the trolling motor right now. Just let you know how shallow it is. You see them raise up their big motor just a moment ago. I'd get you in there a little tighter, but everything's a moving bait right now for them. Casting, slow reeling. Not really picking stuff, not flipping those laydowns or anything necessarily targeting individual spots. We're just trying to cover a little more area. And you see that big laydown that's in front of him over there. He's trying to get that cast parallel to that grass line, trying to get as much out of it as he can. Hopefully there's a fish waiting right on that edge. So again, I'm in Spring Creek. I hear that there's about 6 or 7 boats almost slowly working their way a little bit deeper into this. A little bit deeper into not Spring Creek, into Beeswax here in this pocket. And let's go ahead and go to Kenneth. Kenneth, who are you with? I know you're hopping around. I'm going to try and hop around and see what these guys are doing.
Yeah, Robbie, I'm just now pulling up. There was another boat a little bit further back in this creek, so I was coming up to them. I don't have their boat number yet, but almost close enough where I can get that. See quite a bit more grass here in this area than what we were on just a few minutes ago. It's kind of the real back end of the creek. I know this is an area that fish really spawn in pretty heavy. See this power pole down. Hey guys, what's your boat number?
114.
Okay, thank you. Boat 114. Waylon Moss and Jeff Fansler. Yes. Y'all got any live well yet?
One.
Got one? It's a super shallow area. You can see the grass right there in front of them real thick. But like I said earlier, this is an area that fish really pull in to spawn pretty heavy.
Okay, you want us to head on out beyond that bridge, right?
Yes.
Okay, I've got one boat just to give us some footage. There's 100 feet money. I might get them for a second and work my way out.
You can see these guys are working real slow. These fish can be anywhere in that thick cover, and sometimes it's not a very big strike zone. So you kind of want to move through here real slow because you may have to get like within inches of these fish in order to get them to bite. So you want to be real thorough with your cast, make sure that you're covering it really well. For the team we were on earlier, they were moving quite a bit faster, but the cover was more sparse there. You would think that if the fish are, active and aggressive, that they would move a pretty good distance in order to hit the bait. These guys are going to really pick this cover apart.
Boat 220, Jeffrey Myers and Jared Ellis, they were close to that last pair we saw just a moment ago. And this white bullet, and again, plain and simple what they've got in front of them. It looks like just bouncing jig probably off the bottom. So a little different approach than maybe some of the guys over there we're seeing those moving baits. These guys are going a little slower, popping them. All right, guys, I hear no fish in the boat yet. You stayed on the other side of Beeswax. Now you work in your here. What is it about this area that brings you to it?
Warmed up a little bit, sunshine.
Warmed up a little bit, this shallow water.
Everything gonna be tied to that grass, or is there stuff out here in the open, some holes and things that they're getting in?
There's a couple little holes and stuff out here. You try up there in this grass.
Yeah. Or I mentioned grass. I'd better say just vegetation, right? Y'all fishing here in practice?
No, we didn't get up there till late last night.
Is that a bite or a false alarm?
False alarm.
Getting about 220, Jeffrey Myers, Jared Ellis. No fish, it's still early there. They know this shallow pocket's going to produce. They're just hoping, things heat up while they're here. Didn't get to practice. Showed up late last night. But if you know Lay Lake, this is a very, very popular area. I'm kind of surprised there aren't more people in this portion of the pocket. And I will be working outside of Beeswax to the right as you exit from the boat ramp. I came left underneath the bridge. Starting to see a little bit of fish activity out here in the open. You'll see some flickers and fish moving around. So things hopefully will start here. That sun that I talked about earlier that wasn't above the tree line is now actually starting to peek its way out up here. And I'm not a scientific genius. I'm not a genius at all, but with the dirtier water, I believe, what I've been told through the years, the dirtier water warms up quicker. Probably just all the particles in there that are heating up. Try and get you as many people as we can. We've got another boat a couple of 100 yards deeper into this pocket. I don't think I'm going to go that direction. I'm going to head back out and go towards the main lake more. Always another very popular area. Is that me? I'm sorry. Because I hear it click on and on. Good with doing a black rifle? All right, boys and girls, it's our Black Rifle morning show. Kay's always got a nice pot brewing in the studio, but I myself, I always talk a big game of how you need to support the companies. I am supporting Black Rifle, but I'm also supporting a brand new Yeti today as well. I didn't have a Yeti branded one because it's the one that I've just been carrying around beating up, and I'm like, that it makes no sense. I also like the way this is. I want to show you something. I've never seen this before, but see the top here? I can lock in the freshness by either turning it one way or the other. I was kind of upset because I'd hate losing the lids. This solves that problem. So here it is, Black Rifle coffee, first sip of the morning. Oh, that's hot. That's hot. It's good, but it's hot. The Yeti's doing its job. Let's get back out there on the water, but dang, I was not expecting that. I mean, I was kind of with the Yeti and holding in the heat, but I wasn't expecting it to be that hot. Austin, I'd give you some, but I only bought one Yeti. Again, we try and get as many anglers as we can. I think Luke is having some technical difficulties. He came back. They're trying to get that sorted. Kenneth's finding people. And as soon as he catches up to his next pair, we'll go to him, and I'll go out and try and find somebody. And hopefully we'll have some fish catches here today. It's a beautiful day. It is sunny. You want to say partly cloudy, but really there's not a cloud in the sky. It is going to be bright. It's going to be warm. Temperature's supposed to get this afternoon when we're starting to wind. Should be around 63 to 65 degrees. Right now it's in the 40s, warming up quickly. So, again, this is a shallow pocket, a spawning pocket. We were in towards more to the left, the boat we covered just a moment ago. There's a creek that runs parallel to the road. Out here, it's more open, but you see all this vegetation. As Austin, you look to the right, it's more like a lake out here, and you have 2 other boats. There's been 3 other boats, but you see a lot of vegetation floating out there towards the middle. You've got old boat docks. I know where I'm sitting, and out here in the open where there is nothing, there's different little holes, you know, potholes and stuff. And the grasses grow at different times, you know, in different places there. So everybody's focusing, it seems like, on the vegetation they see and not really looking at all the open water stuff. I know it wasn't on camera just then, but some of the, you know, the movement, the fish activity that I'm seeing isn't necessarily in the grass right now. It's out here in this open. And I know I bring this up and I talk about it a lot, because I always bring up the Classic, because other than the Alabama Bass Trail, the Bassmaster Classic is the only other bass fishing that I covered. I'll be there a couple weeks fishing in the Tennessee River. But in this area, I picture a lot of moving baits in the open spots when I was following Kevin Van Dam. And he wasn't just hitting, he wouldn't target just one direction or one direction, one area. He was constantly moving, and that's his style. Whether it be a trap or something like that, working it through this stuff. But that, he is the best. And I know he announced his retirement last week. He says retirement, he'll never be retired. But, you know, you got to fish your strengths, but you also got to make adjustments if the fish aren't necessarily there now and you want them to be there. It doesn't always happen that way. So I am seeing that one boat to the right, and got a little tree bass caught up there. That one boat to the right is actually now facing the other side of the river. If we don't have Kenneth, I'll go ahead and just slowly troll over here. Yeah, you know what? What time is it? It's still early in the morning. We haven't had a first official. We've been on for over an hour. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back with the Alabama Bass Trail presented by Phoenix Boats. We'll find out who this boat is, and then the second I do, I'm getting out of here. We'll have Kenneth sorted. I'll be sorted, and hopefully Luke will be sorted. So again, it's the second stop, the Alabama Bass Trail South Division from Lay Lake. We'll have more right after this.
Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends, we truly love the sport of fishing. That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Big companies get bigger and bigger and talk about their fancy labs where they study fish behavior, but then they all go golfing on the weekend. We don't have a large laboratory to test baits. Why, you ask? We don't need a big laboratory because our pros fish, our employees fish, our salespeople fish, our suppliers fish, our mold builders fish, our owners fish, and our kids fish. This is our laboratory. Our R&D comes from time on the water, learning how to make fish bite. We don't have other hobbies. We fish. We fish all year in all conditions across the whole country. All that time on the water brings us thousands of hours of testing new products and improving current ones for all species. We're a family-owned U.S. company that has many of our products made in America by American workers. The products we don't make in America, we make in Guatemala, which supports many families in that country as well.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail presented by Phoenix Boats. It's the ABT South, the second of 5 stops. I normally don't head into a boat as they head towards me, but these guys, I like that they were fishing out in the open. We'll find out what boat. What boat number are you? 154? See, it's that simple. You got anything yet? How about bites? Oh, you wouldn't happen to be the net man, would you? Oh my goodness. What happened? Hang on. So you had a fish on. What size we talking? Harold Wells and Kurt Thomas in boat 154 had a pretty big fish on. Now tell me the bait, what was happening, and paint me that picture.
What, before or after I started trying?
Before.
Before?
What were you doing? Were y'all in here in this pocket?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You're right back there. I was barely missing.
I saw something going on, but all right, so what were you throwing and what happened? How did it get off?
This little wacky rig, and it's just flopping around right there on the side of the boat and broke the line.
So we're talking light line, 6, 8 pound, what?
I think we got 10 on here.
10. Man, and we do allow nets in the Alabama Bass Trail, so net was already in the water trying to bring it to it, or did it not get in the water?
Huh? We were just, he's right there. I don't think you can see, I think he has nice clothes on.
So were you whacking this vegetation edge, or what?
I just picked it up. Tossed it right over there.
I'm sorry, fellas. I'm sorry. I know it's hard for our fans at home. I'm letting them get by us so we don't shoot directly into the sun. You might have to go behind me. What made you pick up the wacky rig of all things? Has that been working for you? Did it help you in practice? Yeah, spend a little time, let it sit there for a second. Give me your best guess on size. You said it's pretty big. That hurts. Ah. 4.5, 5 pounder makes any of these anglers happy. But just like that Wild World of Sports, you have the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat, and that's some agony. So instead, what we saw a swim bait a little earlier with a little underspin, baits that are kind of moving, going for that approach, same or similar areas. One throwing a little deeper and bringing it back to the edge. The other one casting to the edge with a bait that kind of sits there a little slower and just hops around. And that's the one that caught the fish earlier. 10-pound line, so it's not hard to break one off, especially when you got half of that weight in the fish and the force of that fish. Kenneth, I know, is back on boat number 18. Kenneth, maybe a little back and forth between you and I before I go find another pair out there. What are your guys doing? Paint me that picture, because right now, you know, I'm over in beeswax and it's this spawning pocket, and everybody's kind of targeting these vegetation edges.
Robbie, I'm a little bit further down the creek. I'm in Cedar Creek, and I'm in the very back part of the creek, and it's pretty much the same thing here. It's a lot of vegetation along the shoreline here, and that's what most of these guys are targeting. This is the boat I started on this morning, and we saw them catch one on an isolated piece of cover. I moved further back on another boat to see what they were doing, and while I was back there, I saw these guys catch another one, so that's kind of wanted to stop back on them on the way back out. I was going to see if that's the only other one they had, or if there was one they caught that I missed. So I know they have 2 fish in the boat, at least, so get close enough here to them and find out if that's all they've got or if they've gotten more.
What about
There's a few scattered docks in here, but it's mostly been grass.
They're trying to hit those points. Okay.
It's been slow swimming the worm, swimming the frog, you know, swimming the jig. Kind of what we typically see on this lake this time of year. How many you got in live well now? 2. Got 2? Okay. What do you think your total weight is right now?
4 pounds.
Okay. 2 fish for about 4 pounds. You think the females are up here now?
Maybe later this afternoon.
Okay.
Later on they'll move up.
How much difference is it?
6 degrees.
Okay. He just said that the water's cooled off about 5 or 6 degrees from what it was a few days ago. So they're expecting later, a little bit later in the day, as that water warms back up, that the females may move back up. You may note that the 2 they caught were buck bass, which are the males.
How about the water clarity you're dealing with? You can't see probably your hand a foot in front of you, can you, in your water, or is yours as dirty as mine is?
Yeah, I think this water is very similar to what you have there. You know, I was in that creek before we took off, so I have an idea of what you're looking at, and I think it's very similar here. I think it's going to take getting out, you know, closer to the river channel in order to get some clearer water. Most of the creeks on this lake are probably going to be like this until you get further down the lake.
I know you've only had a couple guys. I've only had a couple guys. You haven't seen any crankbait, nothing like that, have you? I'm kind of surprised I haven't seen any of those moving baits trying to get those ones that aren't logged down to the isolated stuff yet.
Yeah, no, this vegetation is so enticing and looks so good, and you know, these anglers know that the fish are in this vegetation. It's kind of hard to target anything other than that, especially first thing in the morning.
Kenneth, if you could take over for just a little bit, I've got a boat in front of me. I'll go hop on to them, and then I'll work my way beyond that bridge. But if you can take it over for a bit, I'm going to go find out who this purple phoenix is in front of me and see if they got anything in the well.
All right, we got it, Robbie. Like I said earlier, these guys are really picking apart this vegetation, fishing very slow. And I really expect a lot of teams, you know, Robbie talked about it, the teams he's been on is kind of what they've been doing. 2 teams I've seen have been doing this. It may change up a little bit later on in the day, but I really expect to see a lot of teams doing this same thing. There's so much of it in different areas of the lake that these teams can really spread out and still target this same type vegetation. It's just the time of year. We know the fish have been up there. We know that we're in in some form of the spawn. It may be a little early. There may be a wave that have already come up. This could be waiting on second wave, moving in and out. But these are the areas that these fish are going to use. You know, I mentioned earlier that these vegetation mats are so thick that it can really make the strike zone really small. The color of the water can do that too. Obviously, the clearer the water, the easier it is for fish to see further away, and they can, it kind of makes that strike zone a lot bigger. You can sometimes get within 10 feet of them and still generate the bite. Lots of times in this thick vegetation, especially with this watercolor, that strike zones are not very big. So you'll see these guys really move through here real slow. It does help that it's two of them in the boat and working together, but they'll still fish through these areas real slow and very methodical. They don't want to miss an opportunity to catch the right fish. These guys have had a lot of conversation between themselves. When we first pulled up on them, they've really been talking a lot. I think you see that a lot in these team tournaments. The guys are really trying to work together, or trying to verbalize what they're thinking. So it kind of helps the two work together throughout the day. There's a lot of really good anglers fishing Alabama Bass Trail, and it really comes down to making decisions on the water. And it's the teams that really communicate well and work together well that we see every tournament that end up, taking the top spots. While we see some teams do really well, very consistent, it's the teams that really work well together and are able to fish a lot of different lakes and be consistent in how they do their approach. So Rob and I talked earlier about how the areas that we've been in, the water's been fairly, quite a bit of color. Got a lot of shoreline vegetation here. I know Luke Duncan is with us, and he's going to cover the lower end of the lake, and conditions down there may be quite a bit different. I think he's getting close to being on a boat down there, so it'll be interesting to see his take on what he's seeing down there in the lower end of the lake. All right, so I think Luke has a boat. He's on the lower end of the lake. It's going to be interesting to see what the differences are on that end of the lake from what we've been seeing here. Luke. Or Kenneth and Luke.
Good morning from the lower end of Lay Lake here. Boat 89, Leonard McGuire, Maurice Smith. These guys have already got a limit in the box and have told us they've culled 3 times already. We had some technical difficulties this morning. We actually started with these fellas and they were catching them fast and furious, and we had to make a little run.
We're gonna roll.
Make an adjustment to some equipment, and by the time we got back, man, they are already culling. So dragging a shaky head around out here in the Waxahachie Creek area. And we're gonna hang with them for just a little bit and hope they can continue to put on a show. Estimate they got around 11 pounds. So they probably have 15 because fishermen lie. But they have not moved. They've just sat right here in this little cut, throwing at 2 little points on the main lake. One thing that seems to be the theme on this end of the lake is a lot of running and gunning this morning, but these 2 fellas have kept it parked right here since blast off. Got a little bit more wind down here than was originally forecast, I feel like, for these guys. Seems like it's coming out of the east a little bit. Beautiful morning. And you can hear over my shoulder, their boats, we're right down here around, I believe this area is called the Narrows. There are boats everywhere down here. So we're going to get to catch up with several anglers this morning. You culled 3 times so far? Yeah. Kind of scatters them around. They go tell their buddies, huh? He's saying whenever they cull, they're when they release fish back into the school. You can see this a lot, especially on the Tennessee River in a big school. Once you start releasing a few, they can get tight-lipped. They go down there and rat you out to their buddies. So we're going to hang here for just a few more moments. Do you guys have all spots? All spotted bass? Okay. There we go. Look at some fish there. How important is it for you mentally to get a limit that quick? It makes all the difference in the world, right? Getting that foundation laid.
Yeah, that was the last. You got a limit, so we good.
Now,
We can start fishing a little bit
Now, is this the game plan for the entire day, or are you going to switch it up and fish for some largemouth too? After a while, okay. Okay.
Might push them back up in the pockets. You might be up in there, but we're gonna try to hit these spots. I think there's some fatter spots out here we can get them.
Okay. We're going to hang with you guys and watch. Game plan is working out so far for these guys. Get a limit of spots in the boat, got a nice limit. Waiting on it to warm up just a hair more. We had a cold night last night. And they're gonna go chase some largemouth in some of the pockets, he says, so. Pretty typical Coosa River strategy right there. That's why these lakes are so much fun. You can definitely catch a big stringer of either spots or largemouth or a big mixed bag. I think we'll see a lot of that today. I also think it has to be said that Robbie Floyd took our camera batteries. He played a trick on the ABT Rookie, the old no camera battery trick. So we had to get cold this morning a couple times. So I blame Robbie for my tardiness this morning in my live coverage. See just a lot of rock they're dragging these shaky heads through, and they get hung up a pretty good bit. That's definitely where those spots are hanging out they're catching this morning.
All right, what a party we've got going on out there on the water, guys. We've got Luke, Kenneth, and Robbie all on boats right now. So, Luke, we had a little bit of conversation earlier in the show that talked about water clarity, and Kenneth felt like the farther you were, that you would probably see a little bit more clear water. Can you talk about what your water temps look like and then clarity for us? able to hear Luke.
Some retying.
Robbie, talk about, you've moved out just a little bit.
Yeah, I did, and I caught up with the 189 John Thomas Wally and Justin Duke. I saw them on the other side at the bridge. Now I see them on this side, and I know Beeswax is going to be popular. But guys, you said you had one, but the emphasis on the had. What happened there?
Yeah, it broke off. Just to show it, jumped in front of a 3.5 pounder.
3.5 pounder lost. I heard about a 4.5 pounder loss. I'm already here to light line. I mean, why would it break off?
65-pound braid. We don't really know why.
65-pound braid and snatched it off. That's unfortunate. All right.
Way to start the day is first 5 minutes.
Yeah, you went deep into the pocket. Now you're on the outside. What's the mindset? What's the thought on what you're doing here?
Oh, we did pretty good here in practice. We'll try to stick it out. We might move around a little bit, but this is what we like to do, is swim in grass. We've won a few tournaments here in high school. That's what we've had luck with here.
You look good in that purple Phoenix boat. Seems to be a lot of people in these pockets. A lot of people doing what y'all are doing.
Yeah, they should be starting strong pretty good. The water temperature dropped about 7 degrees last night, so that might mess them up a little bit. We had a later boat number, so we're going to have a little bit more time in the evening. I think that's what we need.
Yeah, we heard Kenneth. He thought it was about 5 degrees. You think it dropped 7. What are you reading right now?
Showing 60 here. It was 55 in the back of that pocket, so it's actually warmer out here.
Okay. So again, NK guys, we talk about that, how, you know, it's the luck of the draw. You might have early this week, you might have late check-in next week. They've got a late draw being boat 189. So the sun, the warming up, the warm temperatures could play into their favor, and that's what they're hoping on.
You know, Robbie, I'm all about temperatures warming up. That is, you are speaking my love language when you talk about warming temperatures.
Yeah, you had to bring that up. It was about 40-something. It was low 40s. I know Luke was the coldest because he made a couple of runs, and I appreciate you initiating Luke Duncan to the Alabama Bass Trail TV crew by doing what you did. But, and we all know that he had full batteries when he left, and somehow he drained them down. But either way.
Robbie, I'm looking at the guys that you're fishing with right now, and I would be on the other side of that island just because the sun would be shining on me. I don't know if I'd want to be in
Where
that
the look where there's another boat on the other side of that. But yeah, you know, the shade is what it is. I mean, it's working its way up. It's going to be warm for everybody here pretty soon. You can see their approach with that swim jig and moving the end. A lot of the grass coming off of this bank, off of these points. Temperature's warming up. I mean, everything's going the way that we expect it to be going. But you're right, it is more shaded on this side, but there's somebody just in front of them. And even to the right, out there in the open, you can see another boat off of another point. He's out there in that sun. So we're seeing a variety of boats doing similar things. Point, and that one's on a point, but more out there in the sunny side. I'm making a plastics change. We're going to some soft plastic, getting away from the swim jig for just a little bit. More of a swim bait approach instead of a jig approach.
Robbie, are you seeing any current?
No, I don't see much of any movement at all where we're at. I mean, the water's pretty slick. And for the most part, we were back in a pocket where it was dead calm. But yeah, I don't see anything really moving or pulling. It'll be interesting. I heard Luke came up on that pair, and they had a limit, and they were already told 3 times. I didn't hear how they caught their fish. Can you? We were moving a little bit, but I did hear a little piece. How were they catching their fish?
I believe they were Carolina rigging. I may be wrong, but I believe he said they were dragging a Carolina rig around.
Here we go.
Luke's got one on.
Oh, no. Good fish right there. Pulled off right at the trolling motor right there.
What were they throwing, Luke? What kind of baits, what kind of action?
They're using again.
So these guys are just really slowly fishing shaky heads on 2 little secondary points. They're right here in the Narrows area, but big chunk rocks, and they're not really far off the bank. Makes you wonder if these spots are trying to spawn a little bit, but he says there's several of them here. They've caught 8 or 9 fish already this morning. That was a nice fish he just lost there, but both of them throwing shaky heads and just making the same cast over and over and over and over. This is where they've been since takeoff.
See ours leaving, so we're gonna get off.
It's real hangy spots. You can tell though, these rocks, and you can see the rocks up on the shore. I tell people that a lot. You want to know what it looks like under the water, you can look up the bank a lot of times, especially on these steeper banks, bluff banks and things like that. You can kind of tell how they step down, because that contour will continue out into the water a lot of times. So you got big chunk rocks, which are prevalent on this end of the lake, and there must be a lot of fish just in this. It's a little turn in the bank with just 2 points, 2 little secondary points, but man, they are staying hung a lot. It's high risk, high reward so far for Team 89. Going through some shaky heads, that's for sure. Hooked up. Leonard McGuire, Maurice Smith put another one in the boat. So he doesn't know if it's going to help. They think they've got around 11 pounds so far this morning. They're definitely onto a little something. Had a great weekend down here last weekend free fishing. Said they estimated they could have had 17 pounds of spots right here. So they're definitely confident in the area. Lots of boats in this area, and I'm starting to understand why this morning. Bites to be had, for sure.
Luke, they might be turning on, because my guys caught, well, I don't even know who it is yet, and they caught, well, what is that one going to weigh? Hey, that's solid. I bring good luck, don't I? What's your boat number for today? 184. What? 184. Hashtag Team Hurst? 184, I believe he said. As soon as he turned around, I knew who it was, but everybody changes the
changes boat numbers week after week after week. Hashtag Team Hurst going to be stoked on seeing that on live right now, because we pulled up to you and you catch one. How many do you have so far? That's the first one. Well, the last time I covered you way back when, y'all won a championship, so might not have been the last time I did, but the first time I did, I covered you. That was the case. All right, guys, what are y'all doing here? Y'all living off this point? What'd you catch that one on? What type bait? Big worm? You say a big worm? Speed worm. Oh, speed worm. Yeah, those of you just tuning in to the Alabama Bass Trail presented by Phoenix Boats, I say hashtag Team Hurst because what was it, about 3 years ago, it seemed like, when I caught up with Matt and Roy Hurst, won the ABT championship. What lake was that? Smith. I can remember the location, I can remember picture everything, but all the lakes start blending it all together. That was a good payday. Yeah, for those, if you remember, they were in 13th place, so in a good position after day one. The ABT Championship's a 2-day event. I mean, you can't just be a one-day wonder. You got to catch them for 2 days. And they came back from 13th to take the victory on that second day. And you can see them. I mean, they're doing the slow approach here, just bouncing a little speed worm. You say your guys have a shaky head, Luke, so maybe some of that working it fast through the grass isn't all it's cracked up to be right now. So I saw a lot of fish or guys fishing for, swimming baits, jig baits, swim jigs, but here looks like a speed worm. Luke's had the shaky head, but a little slower approach, but both of them are catching fish.
They said the water temperature, they feel like it dropped 3 or 4 degrees. Which is just crazy to think about this early in March. This abnormal spring we're having, but I think the sun gets out, things up. There's no telling what could happen after lunch today.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Bill Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. But that's not the only reason to get to know Bill Petty. Enjoy a 10-year unlimited warranty on every new Toyota in stock. Get 1 year of 24/7 roadside assistance. Test drive for the chance to win $5,000. You heard right. 5,000 big ones. Plus, choose from over 700 new Toyotas in stock and price to move. Bill Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. Get to know us today.
You let me see. Things you let me see.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats. Phoenix Boats. Built by anglers for anglers.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Auten, Hank Terry, let's go!
Garmin LiveScope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin LiveScope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
Nobody wants to run out of power when they're on the water. There is a better way. Introducing the Charge Marine Power Management Station from PowerPole that does the work of 3 devices: a traditional battery charger, a charge on the run, and an emergency start system. PowerPole Charge. At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats. Built by anglers for anglers.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Auten, Hank Terry, let's go!
Garmin LiveScope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin LiveScope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
The TH Marine HydroWave H2 KVD Edition is a surefire way to ignite a feeding frenzy. The HydroWave utilizes a sound-emitting technology that imitates bait fish and other feeding fish below the surface that preys on the competitive nature of bass and other game fish to get you more bites. The HydroWave is another way that TH Marine has you covered from transom to trolling motor.
Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats. Built by anglers for anglers.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Big companies get bigger and bigger and talk about their fancy labs where they study fish behavior, but then they all go golfing on the weekend. We don't have a large laboratory to test baits. Why, you ask? We don't need a big laboratory because our pros fish, our employees fish, our salespeople fish, our suppliers fish, our mold builders fish, our owners fish, and our kids fish. This is our laboratory. Our R&D comes from time on the water, learning how to make fish bite. We don't have other hobbies. We fish. We fish all year in all conditions across the whole country. All that time on the water brings us thousands of hours of testing new products and improving current ones for all species. We're a family-owned U.S. company that has many of our products made in America by American workers. The products we don't make in America, we make in Guatemala, which supports many families in that country as well.
Welcome back in the Alabama Bass Trail Live Studio here on the banks of beautiful Lay Lake. We are at Beeswax Landing, and if you plan on being with us today, we are at Beeswax Landing. The first flight is due in at 2:30. First fish should come across the stage around 2:45. We have 225 teams out there on the water fishing for that $10,000 first place prize, but probably more importantly, punching their ticket onto the Alabama Bass Trail Championship later on in October at beautiful Weiss Lake. So looking forward to seeing the fish come across the scales, guys. Just recently, with the last 2 weeks leading up to this event, we've seen teams with wins at 23 pounds, 21 pounds. So we know the big fish are here. But 225 boats crowds this lake a little bit, but we're going to be able to cover, I think we've covered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost 10 teams already in the first couple of hours. We'll be going until around 10:30 today, so hopefully we'll get on more of your favorite teams out on the water. I know Robbie is currently looking for the team of Noah and Cole Godwin. I know the area that Luke is in, there is a ton of boats around him, so he's actually moving to more boats now. Kenneth is currently set up on a new boat, so we're going to get out to him here in just a little bit. But I do want to remind you at 2:30 you can watch live here on Alabama Bass Trail's Facebook page as well as Alabama Bass Trail TV on YouTube. And you can always find it on alabamabasstrail.org. So lots of ways to find the live weigh-in later on today and the live leaderboard there as well. So we are waiting for Kenneth to give us the okay to come out to him on the water. Again, Lay Lake, this is a 5-fish event. So we are looking for the 5 biggest fish, and so we're going to go out on the water. You don't want to stay in here with Preston and I. You want to get out on the water. So, Kenneth, we're going to be coming out to you. Tell us what boat you're on.
All right, we had some technical difficulties. We finally got our camera back working again. I'm actually back where I started this morning. It's the first place I started. This is an area of actually, I've already seen at least 4 boats come through this area. But it's really where it's the last kind of part in the back of the creek where the creek channel comes up against the bank. And as you see, there's vegetation run along the bank, but I'm just now coming up to them, so I'm not even sure what their boat number is. I'll get to it here shortly. Hey guys, what's your boat number? 29. Boat number 29. So John, Frank, and Mark Womack. Guys, how many you got in the boat so far? Don't have anything. Nothing in the boat yet. How many different places have you stopped on this morning? 5. Okay. Is it what you expected? Has it been slower than you expected?
Well, cold weather is about what we expect.
Right.
We're waiting on hopefully sun.
What do you think will happen when it does warm up a little bit? Yep. What stage of the spawn do you think we're in?
Probably the very beginning, I think.
Okay. So these fish really should be very active if they're just pulling up.
Yes.
Okay.
Laying around, but we ain't seen no big.
All right.
I'm sure somebody.
Well, today may be the day. Today's when it counts.
That's right. We're about to so anyway. If it hadn't been for this cool last night, maybe.
Right.
I don't know. What do I know? I know it's been tough.
We talked earlier about this really comes down, it's a game of decisions on tournament day, and we've seen a lot of teams moving around quite a bit, trying to cover quite a bit of water. This team said this is at least their 5th stop this morning. But and they've said they've kind of struggled in practice. When you're struggling in practice, kind of struggling tournament day, that's kind of what you tend to do. You keep covering a lot of water and hope that you uncover a pattern or uncover an area that has fish in it. And I know Luke was on a team earlier that is kind of camped out in an area. So it's these different strategies that these anglers have to figure out throughout the day that's going to make the difference at the end of the day. It's always interesting to see the different approach that these anglers have, and then by the time we get to the weigh-ins this afternoon and see the weights, talk to the anglers after they cross the stage and figure out what it really took to do well. It's always interesting to see the different patterns and techniques that these guys are using in order to be competitive and who's going to come out on top. I mentioned this is an area that we started first thing this morning, and so I know there's been at least 4 boats fished through here, and I said it when we were here this morning that there's going to be a lot of areas on this lake that's going to be like this. There'll be a lot of boats that'll kind of come through different times of the day, and just because someone has fished through an area doesn't mean you can't come through later and catch the fish. We were on the Croxton brothers earlier, and they were getting some bites, but they were only able to hook up on one of them. And I asked him, are those fish spawning? He said, yeah, the bites come in the exact same spot every time, and it gets a little bit tricky sometimes with the spawn, and these fish don't always eat very well. Sometimes they're just trying to protect an area, and they'll just kind of grab a bait to move it, and not necessarily eat. So it gets a little bit harder to hook those fish sometimes, but it's early spring. That's just the way it is. These fish move. Sometimes they're active, sometimes they're not. It's about keeping your head in the game and trying to get clues throughout the day. Of course, you need some bites to do that. Get a few bites, get some clues, and try to put it together, and maybe even try to duplicate it in other areas. There are places in this lake that you can kind of run patterns. If you can develop a pattern that works somewhere, sometimes you can start running that pattern throughout the lake. No way. I think Robbie's found another boat. So, Robbie, tell us what you got going on now.
we've got some windy maneuvering going on. Boat number 89, Mark Jones. Nick Dukas, right? Got a sub? Got an alternate today. You can use one. Jared Jones not here, so Nick Dukas filling in for him. Look like he's throwing a crankbait. Got a swim jig on the front. We went out towards the main river here. They said, Mark says, I'm going to try and get these spotted bass, try and get a limit of them, and then maybe try and pick off some others. Nothing in the boat just yet. But you're staying main river-wise right now, huh? What's the thought with that?
Trying to let the current help us get them back and pushing a lot of water, pushing these fish in the mouth of these openings. Trying to get these spots that are staging up.
So you know they're going in there. You're trying to get them that little pathway to there.
Yeah. Hopefully get a limit pretty quick and then try to go after some of the bigger females who are already back to the secondary points.
We got a swim jig in front, the crank in the back. Have y'all getting any bites at all yet?
Yeah,
3 bites, but no keeps.
Small fish.
Short fish. What are they? Maybe 12 here, right? 12? Yeah. Little bitty fellers. We got 3 already, but no keepers. And again, this is actually the mouth as you would head into beeswax. It's not hard to figure out. Just try to get these bass that are transitioning, coming into the shallows, getting ready to spawn. Spotted bass. Target species. This is the first time we've been out to the main lake. We've been in taking pockets and, some of the points, just hit and miss. Following that crankbait. Staying with guys dealing with vegetation, shallow water. Points, we saw the Hearst stack a little earlier. Now this is more open water, much deeper water near us as well. We're trying to get as many people as we can. When the next pair's got someone locked in, we'll go try and find one. We did see Noah and Cole Godwin pass us just a moment ago, and they took off, so we know the direction they were going. And it looks like they were actually heading towards our other 2 camper boats, so they might see them before we do. Luke, I know the Godwins are heading your way. I don't know if they got that long of a run ahead of them. I'm going to go see if I can find them really quick. But either way, take it over, Luke Duggan.
All right, we're on boat 146, Quilly Trot, Neil Davis down here. The same area we've been in around the Narrows, close to Waxahachie Creek down there. And these guys have 4 in the box. A little different strategy than the first boat we covered this morning. Fishing slow but fast, if that makes sense. They're covering water, but they're dragging. They're both throwing jigs and covering these little secondary points just right off the main lake. 4 fish in the boat. It's like Kenneth said, a lot of running and gunning going on. And then you've got the guys like boat 89 that we sat with that are just spot locked down, fishing really, really slow, but hook, swing and a miss right there. Team 146. Immediately when he missed that bite, he hit spot lock and threw back in there. Makes you think there's a little bit of spawning activity going on. And with the moon we've had, the water temperature, there's got to be some fish up on the bed, even if you can't visibly see them. Just got to think that's happening right now. The trees are blooming. Spring's here a little earlier than we're used to, but days are getting longer. These bass want to spawn. I think it'll be really interesting to see how it plays out at weigh-in. Somebody found a big migration route, fish trying to get to the bank, or if the winners catch them actually on the bank, actively spawning or staging to spawn right in the cover. There's just, Lay is full of all the water willow grass, the docks, the seawalls. There's just so much shallow cover, shallow rock, shallow wood. And it has great offshore staging spots as well, so it'll be interesting to see. as fishermen, when the water temperature gets into the 60s, though, I feel like we tend to think that they're going to be in the dirt, but sometimes the fish are a little bit behind our thinking. So it's going to be interesting to see. A lot of guys seem to be on the main lake, fishing these little secondary points and main lake points on these little cuts in this general area, but we're seeing a lot of people running into backwaters and creeks as well. When we make our next move, we're going to go into Waxahachie Creek. A lot of boats in that area. See who we can catch up with. So far, out of the boats we're covering, definitely some bites to be had, some keeper bites down here in this area this morning so far. A little bit more wind than I think everybody was planning for. Just enough to make them bite. These guys are certainly covering water, but like I say, they're fishing slow though. They're not cranking, they're not throwing a chatterbait, nothing moving, they're dragging. But they are keeping a pretty good pace. It's actually hard for me to keep up with them as I run my mouth. They're moving pretty good, but when they come up to a piece of cover, there's a lot of wood cover on this bank. They really do pick it apart. I believe Kenneth's caught up with another team up the lake from where we're at. Take it over, Kenneth.
Yeah, Luke, we're still in Cedar Creek, and no one called Godwin just came up in the creek, so we were able to catch up with these guys. It's boat 219. 219. These guys have a lot of experience on this lake. They fish here a lot. Fish a lot of tournaments throughout the week here. These guys catch a lot of fish here, win a lot of tournaments. So you see they're picking this cover apart. It's just kind of an isolated grass mat here.
We're going to make a run right around the corner, guys.
See, they're punching their baits through that grass there. Because it's kind of isolated. It's kind of an area, as these fish pull up in this area, you know, kind of back behind their boat, gets a lot flatter, a lot shallower. It's where these fish will spawn, but this is kind of an area these fish, as they're pulling in and out, this is an area they'll stop off at. Sometimes this is a way you can catch a really big one. See, he picked up a little bit of grass there on his trolling motor. He had to shake it off. So they fished that one isolated grass mat very thoroughly. I'm interested to see how they're going to target the rest of this, the backwater area here. I'm assuming they're going to keep working towards the back. There's a lot more vegetation in the back. Like I said, this is an area these fish should be pulling in to spawn. The question today is, how far in that process are these fish now? We've already seen several teams that are back in similar areas that are catching small, as they call them, buck bass. It's the males. The males tend to come up in the shallow water much quicker than the females do. But the key for these anglers is who can target the females. The goal today is figure out where the females are. They're either already up there or they're somewhere in between. And these guys kind of moving back in this area. They're fishing the isolated pieces of cover, headed towards the flat. So they're trying to pick them off before they get up on the flat. Don't get any bites, they're probably going to assume that these fish are already moved up on the flats. That's kind of where they're heading towards. You can see that they're not spending a lot of time in one area. These guys are really moving around quite a bit. Kind of crossover. You can see here they've kind of they finally made it back to the very back of this this area. There is a little creek channel that keeps going on back through there, but it's a lot flatter out here in front of them. A lot more grass, a lot flatter area. This is the kind of area these fish will spawn in. They'll spawn around the little open pockets around this grass where it makes little points or indentions. That's kind of where they'll set up to spawn.
At least 2-4.
All right, I think Robbie's found another team. Let's check out where he is and what's going on there.
I lost communication to the family just a moment ago, so I was actually trying to find Josh Chappell and his partner, and instead I ran up on the 192 of Tony Luke and Fred Dyer. I see you're going all the way up against the bank, huh?
Oh, yeah. We had a really good practice yesterday. We had them up in here. We probably caught 2 4-pounders out of here.
2 4-pounders all around these little stick-ups, huh?
Yeah, of course, when we got here this morning.
Got one.
So let's get to that. That's fish number 1. Y'all about good luck. Y'all about good luck today. Yes. There you go. I think we'll be staying here for a while.
Well, you already know there's 2 4s in there.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
You might as well just boat swung that thing. When we watch that back on replay, you didn't even need the net. You had it in the water when he grabbed it with the net. We got to work on those netting skills.
I ain't taking no chance. Well, we thank you guys for bringing us good luck.
Hey, I do that. All right, what'd you catch it on?
Swim jig, Strike King swim jig. That current's running right here is a seam, kind of an eddy back here, and so we're just trying to concentrate on that right now.
Absolutely. And when we pulled up to them, we saw, okay, you're the first guys I've seen off of the main river, but up in the, I mean, as skinny as you can get it, but a lot of these little stick-ups, I mean, this is where they should be coming, right?
That's right. That's right. We had a couple points. We were waiting for the sun to come up on this. Was loaded with spotted bass, but everybody was sitting on them. So we were forced to come back over here, and we said we're going to stay on it for a while.
Take advantage of it. So you actually stuck those 2 4-pounders yesterday. You saw them.
Yeah.
So they won't bite today, probably.
Yeah, probably not, but hopefully we can get something bigger.
Yeah.
But we actually had...
You stuck your 4-pounder yesterday in the same spot as you.
Yeah. The spotted bass that we did better except for those 2 with spotted bass. I mean, we started pre-fishing on Thursday. We probably had maybe 15 pounds Thursday and yesterday in spotted bass.
Nice.
So
get back out there. I feel this is looking fishy. Keep it going. And I pull up my Ashley, you got anything? No, it's like, you wonder like, hey, do we really want to cover these guys? They ain't on nothing. I had a feeling.
Matter of fact, I stopped to say something to you, and I was like, wait a minute.
Uh-oh, got some love going on. Romancing this jig. When y'all are doing it, y'all are doing the same bait, so you're not changing it up. One guy doing one thing, one doing another?
Yeah.
No worming it while you're jigging it or anything?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah, we said we were going to stick with it all day.
All right. How far off the bank was that one?
Right in front of the grass. It dropped off pretty good in front of that grass.
Right on the edge.
Yeah. Yesterday, but it was late. It was probably 3:30. I was swimming it to get it to the edge, and he busted it off the top.
Okay.
And that's what I'm doing now, just swimming it and letting it drop. Fred had one while ago that came unplugged, so it felt like a big piece of...
Why? Hey, Fred, why you got to call you out like that? Why you got to call you out like that? Everybody's watching. Fred was doing great. He had one on. He let it go.
Yeah, then y'all pulled up and gave us some good luck.
Yeah, Tony Luke, Fred Dyer have a fish in the boat. Nice one caught just a moment ago. A location that yesterday had 2 4-pounders sitting on it. So when you did have that one that come unbuttoned, was it at this spot as well?
earlier.
Fred, yeah, the one you lost was here?
Side here.
Okay.
Where this seam is.
Yeah, deeper and on that backside. I haven't done it much this year, but I usually like to know what you got for snacks. What you got for snacks?
Biscuit from the store.
Okay.
2 Dr. Peppers. Blueberry muffin.
Done deal.
Yeah.
Sound like a winning combination.
You know, that grass point up there, I saw some on the live scope. They're setting up pretty good on that. We're going to move up on that and try to, looks like they were sitting on that back side where it may be a current break.
Okay. We'll follow you. I like seeing fresh water. Well, Luke, our guys caught one right when we pulled up. Are your guys going to do the same? Who you caught up with now?
I'm sorry? Oh.
Well, we're on boat 91, Tony Hogan, Vernon Ward, and they are not catching one first cast when we pull up, Robbie, but we're going to bring them some luck, though. They've got a limit in the boat. It's a small limit. There's a lot of catching going on down on this end of the lake, though. We're seeing some fish get caught, for sure. Slow seems to be the name of the game, though. Tony and Vernon both drag them, got a shaky head and a drop shot down here. Slow and slow, and there's a lot of boats. We're in Waxahachie Creek, and there are a lot of boats in here. We're out towards the mouth right now. We've seen several buzz in and out already, and I think I can see 6 boats from right here where we're at. So we'll definitely get some updates down here from this lower end of the lake.
Luke, I do think you're right on that, though, on the slow and steady side, because a lot of these guys are just trying to turn and burn and cover water, and I think if they slowed it down a little bit, they might have a little better results.
Yeah, for sure. We're seeing a lot of that too down here, Robbie. A lot of folks just running around, but the teams that we've caught up with have had success are definitely slowing down to get their bites.
Isn't that the hardest part? I mean, you're an angler, you fish, and you know the ABC 100s, and you fish against these guys. If you don't have a limiter, you're not getting those bites. It's hard to tell yourself to slow down. But, I mean, you know you need to, but doing it's another story.
Oh yeah, that's easy to armchair quarterback all day long. Whenever when you don't have 5 in the box, you can the demons start to set in, and you start thinking about the next 5 places you want to go, and you push everything. You fish too fast at times. That's what I was saying when we were with Boat 89 earlier, and they had a limit in the box, just like these guys here. It lays a foundation. That's what I always like to say, and it's just something to build on all day long. But if you can get a limit in the boat right now, 8:30, Tony and Vernon here have 5 in the boat. That's huge, just for your confidence going forward. And you know, hey, we've just got to get a few key bites, make some culls, and we're going to be in this thing. And it's just, man, it helps. It helps with your confidence for sure.
Yeah, and those number things too, when you do have a limit, you know every one of those casts, you could go, this is the one. This next one could be the one. And you could throw like we've seen today. You could throw a shaky head, and just because it's a small, lightweight, slow-moving bait doesn't mean it can't catch the biggest fish that we see across the scales today. So every time you're catching, every time you're culling, it could be the next 5, 6, 7 pounder.
Absolutely. And especially this time of year when you get closer to the spawn, something like a shaky head, like you're talking about, man, when these fish, the water's a little stained, you're not necessarily going to see a fish on the bed. You're dragging a drop shot, you're dragging a shaky head. Yeah, you could catch the biggest fish in the lake on that. Sometimes those techniques get a bad rap, I feel like, as limit fillers instead of, you know, tournament winning techniques. But man, that's certainly not the case, especially this time of year. And on a lake like this where you're dealing with big Coosa strain spotted bass, they love a shaky head and a drop shot.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of the interesting things is when we do talk to the guys and they come across stage and I see this big fish and I go, what'd you catch it on? They go, shaky head. At that moment, my heart feels for them because you know what it's like using that light line, the pressure, knowing that we've already heard a fish get broken off today. We've already heard that braid broke today. But knowing that you have a shaky head and there could be a double digit, you know, at times, that's when the pucker factor really increases.
No doubt about it. When you're fishing against this caliber, you know, the teams in the Alabama Bass Trail, this is bar none, in my opinion, the toughest team trail in the country. And you couple that with fighting a bass on light line and you're already nervous, it makes it a little intense at times out on the Coosa River.
I don't know where the guys are running, but I am seeing a lot more fish running down you know, usually you don't run if you're catching fish, so I'm thinking a lot of guys are trying to find something that they don't have going just yet.
And there's one guarantee, Robbie, with the folks that are running. They are not catching them as they're running. I've never caught one at 70 miles an hour. I've tried. I have prayed a lot at 70 miles an hour to catch one, but that's one thing for sure. Until you settle down a little bit, you're not going to get a bite.
That's right. Yeah, I got Tony Luke and Fred Dyer here, boat 192. All right, Tony, I saw you looking down. You say you were looking at your graph and you saw stuff.
Yeah, this grass, there's a lot of rock in this area.
Yeah.
Way out. I mean, this grass point comes out, and it's, you know, it's I'm gonna call it a hump, but it's
right.
So with that,
it's disturbing the water on that back side.
Yeah, trying to fish this calmer water on the back side of it. The current kind of picks up out here. Is anybody on your spot over there? That spot's loaded with spotted bass. There's a guy on it when it's pulled up.
For those of you watching it at home, Luke Duncan joining us this week. Kenneth Grover's cruising around. I'm Robbie Floyd, aka the White Rifle. I'm on the 192 of Tony and Luke. Caught a fish right as we pulled up. Didn't have anything in the live well, and right then even Tony's thinking about what could be across the way because it was 225 boat field, and we pulled up to somebody that wasn't, and there were 2 fishermen that weren't in our tournament. But with this many boats, inevitably there's going to be somebody on your spot. And he was talking about Fred's spot. Evidently must be one that he had results on in pre-fish. He said loaded with spotted bass across the lake. So even though they're on the side where they just caught one, they're going to try and duplicate that same pattern they did a moment ago and try and get the backside of this little current break, the backside of this little eddy here in this grass. It looks very similar to what he just caught that bass a moment ago. Even though he's fishing here, he's already thinking about what could be over there if it's opened up, because somebody was on his spot when he came down here earlier. You got to think the next stop ahead or 2 stops ahead, don't you, Luke? Because if it is or isn't working now, you still have to think about, okay, what's my next move?
Earlier, it's a game of decisions, and that's what separates a lot of these guys, is just the haves and have-nots, right? The guys that make the right decisions are the ones that fill their live wells up, and the ones that make the bad decisions, or they get out of, like you said, 225 boats. You can get out of the rhythm, right? Not getting the right rotation and running these spots, because these guys are all running and gunning, and you could just not land on the right spot at the right time, follow somebody up that just caught them, and you'd end up, not doing as well. It was funny. Tony just turned around to us, Robbie, right before you asked me that, and he said that we're bad luck. So these guys were getting a few bites before we rolled in here. That seems to be the case with everybody I cover today. It's my fault.
No, that don't.
All I can offer them is snacks.
Bad juju. Yeah, don't offer that bad juju, Luke. When I pulled up to my pair, they caught one. When I pulled up to the Hearst, they caught one. So it's not the camera boats. It has nothing to do with it.
Good luck, camera boat.
Luke's not having the same result as you are. He said his crews, they're saying he's bringing them bad luck. That's not the case with us camera boats.
Yeah, they're ready for us to leave.
We're contemplating this one spot. Like yesterday, we found the steep rocky points were loaded with spotted bass. We found 2 or 3 good areas. One is all the way up by the dam, but I don't know if we'll run up there.
Yeah. Well, that's why I was letting everybody else in on what you were saying. You're already thinking about Fred's spot down the way already, even though...
Yeah, it's right there. So it's like right behind.
If it's open, that's going to be your next spot then, probably.
Yeah, probably about 5 minutes. There was a guy, a local club that went out. Guy said his fuel injectors went out on his boat, so he was just hunkered down on it. So it doesn't look like he's over there now, so we'll go and jump on it.
He don't have the same juice as you do.
Sounds like that fellow with boat trouble needs some Robbie luck.
I'm not working on fuel injectors right now.
Oh, you're not going to change your fuel injector? Okay, I thought you might be able to help out.
No fuel injector change. I am seeing some bait changes though. We went from swim jig to frog. It looks like we're going to red crankbait. Fred's picked up the shaky head. I'm not giving him information, but he heard what we were just talking about, discussing that, and he's like, well, now that you mention it. But he's giving the slow approach, but we're seeing cranking in front, shaky head in the rear. But it's not just about us, Luke. We got Kenneth out there. We got Kay in the trailer, and I heard Luke. It was a tough run back and forth up and down that lake. You know, it's always warm in the deal. Hey, let's go to Kenneth real quick.
So we've been on the Godwin brothers here in this pocket, and they've only got one small fish. Said that they're boat 219, and said that they had a couple of spawning fish found. Had one that had a 6-pound female and a 4-pound male, but said they went and checked those first, and there were already boats on them. These guys are covering a lot of water, trying to figure it out. He said he had kind of a tough practice. Besides the fish they saw spawning, they're really struggling. So these guys are going to keep covering water. Look, they're no strangers to this lake. They've had a lot of success here. They fish a lot of tournaments here. They fish the week. That's the time they figure it out throughout the day, but they're going to cover a lot of water and hope that they come to the right place at the right time and get the right kind of bites to do well in this tournament. But they're moving on to the next spot.
Kenneth, just to kind of highlight what you're saying, we're back in the live studio and we're able to watch the GPS trackers that we have out on the water, and that's kind of the rhythm of the day. People are moving. They're there for 4 or 5 minutes, they're dropping, then they're leaving, then they're going somewhere else. So there is a lot of different lines on this GPS system today. I know Luke is in the vicinity of about 5 teams right now that are just on the trackers. I'm sure there's probably more there. I see where Robbie is, and just slightly up a creek where Robbie is. If you can, no pun intended, Robbie, up the creek, but there's several teams in his vicinity as well. So we hope to bring you guys quite a few more teams out on the water, but I know Luke's team is telling him that he's bad luck and they wish he would just get out of there right now.
Yeah, they are, they're not fans of us being here. They were like, man, they were biting before you got here. Certainly seems to be the case.
And Kay, aren't I always up a creek without a paddle? And do I need to go up this to get to this creek, or do I need to go down to get to this creek to find those other guys?
Let me see. You are just, well, you're really close to Kenneth right now, but up and to the, if you'll go around that bend, if you go north, you're going to run into several teams that were in the top 15. One inside the top 3 at Lake Martin, Gordy and Farish, Tucker and Green, and Cox and Boyette, who won a tournament here back in April of 2019. Those teams are up just a little bit farther north than where you are right now, but those are teams I'm sure we would like to see, you know, what they have in the boat, because again, Gordy, I think, had a top 3 finish at Lake Martin. Colt, Boyette, Michael Cox have a win here in 2019. And Terry Tucker and Jeremy Green fishing north-south. They're fishing it all. And I think you're going to see they had a top finish at Lake Martin as well. So we'll get on those teams in a little bit and maybe get Luke to shake off of Tony and Vernon. All right, well, we'll go ahead and drop you out of the picture, Robbie, and let you get on the road, or on the water, I guess.
You know, I'm really surprised that you said Terry Tucker's name, Kay, on a Coosa River tournament. That was a surprise.
Guys, y'all did a
I
good
know.
job of letting us know who's on live.
Terry Tucker's famous on the Coosa River for, I mean, every lake on the Coosa River. So it would not surprise me to see him at the top of the leaderboard again this week.
Well, they say a shot and then they go silent. I thought we were 4 box and was trying to get out of it, and I didn't know if I was out of it or not.
Still down in Waxahachie Creek here, boat 91. Tony Hogan, Vernon Ward. Guys, you have all spots or mixed bag?
All spots.
All spots. All limit of spots in the boat.
Little largemouth.
And do you think these fish are spawning, or are they staging right here?
They're staging.
These fish are staging up to spawn on these little points, the main creek banks here. Has the water temperature changed a lot for you guys in this area from practice with that cold night?
About 3 degrees. Not too bad. I'd rather be in shorts and flip-flops though.
I hear that. So the water temperature's dropped 3 degrees in here since practice, which is not terrible. You know, last night was the first cool night we've had really all week, several days. He says he'd rather be in shorts and flip-flops. I think we can all agree. By the weigh-in this afternoon, we might get to do that. It's supposed to be in the upper 60s. Beautiful day out here on Lay Lake. You guys plan to just stay in this general area all day, or?
No, we're gonna leave it.
Gonna mix it up a little bit, run back up the lake?
No, we'll probably go across the lake and make it.
Okay. No shortage of boats down here, I feel like. There's a lot of folks running around on this end of the lake this morning, huh?
Yeah. We're gonna try to get away from some of that traffic.
I hear that.
This time of year.
It's hard to do in 225 boats, right? It can be difficult. This lake's got a lot of places you can hide, though, for sure. And they like to get away from the crowd a little bit. It is. I'd say right now I can see 5 competitors from where we're sitting right now, just around the Waxahachie Creek here. So, and more boats coming in by the second. I noticed both of you guys are on that methylate, looks like.
We are, kind of a little secret.
Yeah. I'll have them cut that out of the live feed then. Because it is a little bit.
It's a spawning when the spots come up to spawn.
Oh, yeah. We're getting some secrets here. You guys just pretend you didn't hear that.
We don't see very many of this on a shaking head.
One thing is for sure, there's a lot of folks out today. White Lake's very popular. Got 225 ABT anglers and a lot of locals out here as well, enjoying a beautiful Saturday. Sounds like mosquitoes out here. All the buzzing going on this morning on this lower end of the lake. All right, guys, I believe Robbie has caught up in boat number 1. We're going to check back in with Mr. Floyd up the lake.
Yep, I am up the lake. I'm in a pocket. It's got like 5 or 6 guys, and I've caught up with boat number 1, Shane Kennan, Tina Taft, also known as Kenny from South Park.
if you're a South Park fan, you are wrapped up like it is -5 degrees. Why are you so wrapped up? Cold. It's like almost 50 degrees right now. The wind, huh? All right, I see a wacky rig hanging off the side. What have y'all been throwing today? And have you had any luck? Had any bites?
Battle trap and the Cinco, we have not had a bite.
Okay. Trapping in a Cinco and no bites so far. I didn't want to hear that, especially when you're boat number one. I mean, you got the lake, the world is your oyster, and this is the spot you chose. What is it about this spot?
We had some good luck here in practice. Thursday, this little flat here, we called a 4 and a 3.
Okay.
So we kind of left it and then ran around trying to keep the finger. We just figured we'd come here to start, but I don't know if it's the cold front or hopefully they'll bite maybe this afternoon when it warms up.
So the approach is have her in the back there with the Cinco doing the slow thing, hoping that one jumps on it, and you were doing more of the search, right?
Not working out so far.
But I like the thought. Is that still the lipless?
Yes.
Going for the crawfish color?
Yes. Seemed to work the other day. You change it up.
Do you see shad in the water there? And there, Brenton. I see shad in the water as far as dead ones out there. You seeing much schooling or any shad activity, like schools of shad?
It's either crappie or shad. The creek channel comes in and turns and comes this way. And you get in either, you can see. I think it might be crappie though.
For the fish size, we did see that. I just mentioned it because we saw that one shad just sitting on the top of the water there, busted. Free snack for somebody. Much grass in there? Are you having to rip through it?
There is some. I just kind of changed it with the yo-yo and some.
Yeah.
Up towards the bank is grass.
Yeah, I saw it, coming out 8, 10 feet. I didn't know how far it made it out. You're having to deal with it. For those of you turning on for the first time today, it's about 8 minutes till 9. We've been our 3 boats covering 225 boats out on the water today. We've seen several limits. Some people hadn't caught any. Some people caught one. It's a variety, but everybody's looking forward to the sun warming this place up. Water temperatures have dropped. Some people say in their areas from 3 degrees. Some say up to 7 degrees in their particular areas, but everybody's looking for that warmer weather, trying to move some of these fish in a little bit closer, trying to hold them a little bit closer to some of that cover as well. Temperature this morning at takeoff right around 40 degrees. The high this afternoon is supposed to be about 63 or 65. The first flight will check in this afternoon at Beeswax. Beeswax landing at 2:30. You can come out and join us. I have a good feeling it's going to take more than 20 pounds to win this event. We haven't seen that caught today at all, but with it being spawning time on Lay Lake, you would think 18 to 20 is almost a certainty for at least one team. Team we're on right now, Shane Kennan and Tina Taft. He said he caught like a 3 and a 4 earlier this week. Right now they're doing the 2-prong approach, just soaking a Cinco in the back. A variety of retrieves for the lipless crankbait in the front, trying to search out some of these bass that are moving up into the shallows. We just now came into the pocket. We see another team a few hundred yards to our right that are dead center of this pocket. There's something going on there. We see other teams further. deeper into the back of the pocket. One of these 5 or 6 teams in the pocket. I'm going to go move around and find another one of these 6 teams. Kenneth, who are you caught up with?
So, Robbie, I'm with boat 40. It's Clinton Nell and Kevin McCaleb, and said that they're really struggling. They're kind of moving around. It's probably the 8th place that they fished this morning. That first 3 spots they wanted to fish, there was a boat already on it, which is a little surprising being boat 40. It's a fairly early draw, but that tells you how quick some of these spots can fill up. But he said that they're kind of struggling a little bit, trying to figure things out.
Yeah, that quick limit didn't happen.
That's the way it goes sometimes.
Saturday fishing, man.
Yep. Hey, that's why the tournaments aren't just an hour long. You got all day to figure it out.
Yeah, it's a good thing, right? Yeah, get that limit of spots and then go flip up one big head. That's the plan, right?
Sometimes it doesn't always work that way.
Yeah. That good limit of spots is a little struggle today.
Let's work our way down this right here and then flip that way out.
You can see the causeway kind of there in front of me. The bridge is right in front of my boat, and this creek channel kind of comes through the bridge, and they were fishing the edge of the creek channel. Saw he pulled up some fishing line there, so there's areas there that a lot of people fish. There's probably some brush scattered there. Now he's moving up towards the rocks there, the causeway of road bed that runs across there. I think we're seeing a lot of that today. A lot of teams really moving around. A lot of teams don't really have things figured out, or places they wanted to fish they couldn't get to. They're just going to have to move around and cover some water today and hope they get the right clues, or hope they move into an area that's fresh fish that have just moved in, a lot more active. Other boats hadn't necessarily targeted. They catch them at the right time. And, it doesn't take long to get what you need. It's just a matter of getting a few clues. But you need some bites to do that. Once you get a few bites, get the right clues, and you can kind of, start running the lake doing similar things. I really can't notice any current through the bridge here, and really being in this creek area, it's not really an area, it's really not time of year that these fish would necessarily be relating to current. Current would necessarily have an effect. Once we get towards that spawn, these fish are actually looking to get back in more protected areas and areas that aren't affected with current. If there is current, probably closer to the main river channel, you would notice some more there. But back here in this creek, I can't detect any current at all. Looks like the Croxons are coming out of here. We saw them earlier. They had one fish, but had quite a few bites. They were just kind of nipping at it. Ask them real quick. How many you got so far? Only
one had 4 more bites.
Okay. Go get them.
Try something different.
Okay. So yeah, you know, when we saw them earlier, they only had 1 fish. So we're fishing in an area that he knew the fish were pulling their spawn. He said he had 4 more bites. They were just nipping at the bait, but he knows they're in their spawning because he says the bite's happening in the same location every time they roll through there. But you can see they've given up on it. They're going to go try to find a new spot. It wouldn't surprise me if they come back in here later in the day and maybe get those fish to bite better. I understand Robbie's got on another boat. I think he's on boat 16. So Robbie, tell us what's going on there now.
Well, just pulled up. You know, the first boat in this group I saw was Jason Lassiter, Shay Lassiter, boat 16. You saying no fish yet? Are you getting any bites?
Got a couple. Not a whole lot of anything real good yet.
I saw that one team over there, bank-wise. You were out here in the middle. What are you looking out for the middle, Izzo, even though you are now kind of closer to the bank?
Well, we've been kind of transitioning back and forth. Had 1 or 2 close to grass, and I've had a couple that have been in the middle of the wide open. I mean, it's almost like there's no pattern at all.
Right. Well, I mean, they should be heading to the grass, and they may be out in the wide open. So.
Yeah, I think between the rain and the temperature drop overnight, they're as confused as we are at this point. I guess we'll just see what happens.
How'd practice go for y'all?
I had a couple of them yesterday. I think there might have been one right there. Just didn't know if it was grass or not.
Okay. Hey, then I feel it. So you switching to the worm here?
Yeah. It's always my fallback. It really is. If I can't find something, I can find something. Never been a real big power fisherman anyway. I don't know. I guess see how the day plays out.
Lukey Poo, you got boat 191, and I think he's a favorite angler on the Alabama Bass Trail. This is a guy that can get her done. Couple
no
of
doubt
guys.
about it. Kyle knows what's going on. They got 5 in the box down here in Waxahachie Creek. What kind of weight do you guys think you got so far?
We've got 2 that are pretty good, and then 3 little ones.
2 good ones.
We
3
probably
little
got
ones so
8 or 9
far.
pounds. We could find a little stretch that doesn't have 9 boats on it, it'd be all right.
Did you expect it to be this crowded down here today?
There's not enough boats down.
Yeah, if we just had a few more down here, you can almost walk across them, I feel like.
The trouble is, they all run in there, and in a few minutes, the same boats come right back out. And there's somebody sitting on their spot, I guess.
Yeah, a lot of moving and shaking going on.
Yeah. We don't know anywhere else to go. This is where they were the other day, so we're just going to keep fishing here.
So you had a good practice in this area then?
We caught them here Wednesday, I think. Thursday.
Had a good practice in this area. Just got to relocate. They're better bites. Saying they can just kind of find a place they can actually.
Bring us luck. Y'all the cameraman.
Hey, listen. We hope you think we'll bring you luck because everybody else today is telling us we're black clouds. We're terrible luck. So we apologize in advance. Talking about the crowding down here in Waxahachie. Saying they're just trying to find a spot where they can get in. And it is true.
We got a late boat number. Get to fish a little bit later. It'll get better this afternoon when the water warms up a little bit. Try to catch a largemouth. We're fooling with the spots and try to catch largemouth.
All spots so far this morning?
Yeah. I don't think we've caught with maybe 3 largemouths in practice. And we fished the backwater looking for them, but we didn't catch them out there. Somebody else will, but we didn't.
I was going to ask that, so you're going to change areas when you target largemouth in the afternoon?
Yeah, we're going to try to do that later on.
Will that be primarily shallow vegetation?
Yeah.
Okay. Change up this afternoon. After it warms up, they're counting on that late boat number, helping the calls this afternoon. Hopefully get a few
Y'all got a
largemouth
pretty
going.
day to be out riding, taking pictures. Thank goodness it wasn't.
Yeah, yesterday was kind of bad in the morning.
Yeah, we did get out at 9:30.
Talking about how much nicer the weather is today than yesterday. They're jealous that we get to ride around taking pictures today. They said they slept in yesterday morning till 9:30 with the weather we had down here. But only 3 largemouth bites in practice. And they feel like they've got to have a couple largemouth to compete and mix in with the spots. But right now, primarily targeting spotted bass. Fishing boat docks, we've not covered anybody fishing docks really this morning on this end. Mostly those little secondary points or turns in the bank, as I call them. These guys are working docks and seawalls. Just anything that gets in front of them here, real slow. Some Texas rigs. Something that's not real slow are the boats that are going in and out of all these areas down here. Like Party Cove. I expect to see Robbie just on a pontoon at any point down here. Just hanging out on the top deck of a pontoon or on a boat dock or something down here, to be honest, because it's happening. It is happening on this Emerald Lake. Actually, guys, this is not Dorsett and Stevens here. This is Tony Luke, Fred Dyer, 192. Pulled up and I said, what boat number are you? And they gave us the wrong number. And I thought, that doesn't look like Kyle. But I went with it, you know. Rookie here in Alabama Bass Trail Live this morning. All fishermen lie. Sometimes just out here giving out the wrong names. You can't do that. Well, I've been called an artist many times, Robbie. So I appreciate you adding to the long list of compliments. One thing is for sure, we are, everybody that we're covering this morning, they're catching fish, limits in the boat, but when we pull up, things kind of quiet down. other than me running my mouth. These guys were actually hoping we would bring them luck. No, they weren't trying to shoo us away like some of the other boats this morning. They were on a roll when we pulled up and then the bite slowed. All right, guys, we're down here to Waxahachie. Back up to Robbie Floyd.
Boat number 20, Jody giving them fits and Michael George. One fish is good.
One fish is good.
Good start. About a 2.5 pounder. What'd you catch it on?
Stick bait.
Stick bait. Who caught him? Who was the net man?
Huh?
Who was the net man?
Boat flipper.
Oh, yeah. Not messing around.
I had it on break, so I was like, I'm boat flipping.
Yeah, might as well. I see, was that vibrating jig or on the back? Little vibrating jig. What you got on front?
Vibrating jig.
Same thing. I'm going to swing around and let y'all know it's this way. Okay, paint me the picture. How did the one fish come about? Because I'm seeing, you say you got it on stick bait. I'm seeing a variety of baits on the front. What were you doing as far as the water's concerned? What did it look like?
Grass, about 2.5 foot of water.
So it was up there skinny. Soaking that stick, you said stick bait there, right? Were you soaking it? Were you sitting there sitting still, or?
Yeah, I threw out, kicked back up, and she was already coming out.
Water. All right, now the approach a little bit different, or no? Or are you just working your way over to that grass?
We're just working our way back to deeper water. We went real shallow. Didn't get anything.
You think it's going to be a time of day deal?
I think so. We hit about 61, almost 62 earlier, and it's back down to 60.
60.4 right now.
Practice go good for you guys?
No practice.
No practice. Live and learn right here. All right, we're going to follow you for a second. We got other boats on the move, so we'll stay with you till they get locked up, and then we'll go find somebody else.
Hopefully we'll catch them.
Yeah, I hope you do. How'd y'all do at the first stop? I've already forgot. It was just a few weeks ago, but I mean the first stop at the ABT. How'd you finish there?
219.
219 out of 225 is not how you want to get the year going.
We was in that 5-pound bracket with about 20 other boats.
Yeah, I know. There were a bunch in there.
We were right in there. We caught fish.
Yeah.
We called by ounces. If we could have a couple of decent calls.
Yeah, that was Lake Martin was not lacking of the fish. I mean, that's probably as far as numbers tournament. I've never had any better. Probably. Yeah. I think we got over 220. I think we only had a 223 possible limits, and everybody but one that came back had a limit, and that one had a limit, and then they lost. They lost one at the dock. I don't mean to laugh at their misfortune, but they had 5 when they came, and they only got 4 by the time they got to the bump line.
We caught fish all day, just we never was able to pull up good.
So you don't want to have a tournament to drop at all, because we don't drop. They all count just the same, but you've got your drop tournament now. You need to just turn it on from here on out. Try and make that championship.
So there ain't nothing but big baits and big lines. So we're going to either catch them today or go home with nothing.
You've got the wealth of rods out on the deck, though. I'll give you that. You said you caught them with a stick bait, got vibrating jig. I see a medium crankbait. I think I see a spinner bait. If there's a possibility you're coming up on, you got something out ready for it.
Got it. I think we got it covered.
When you don't pre-fish, that's what you kind of got to do, right? Hey, this looks fishy.
Well, we try to, which is probably bad. We fish a lot of history sometimes, so.
Yeah, no, that's tough. You think big bait's gonna be the way to go, huh?
I hope so. If we can run into a big one and catch it. Somebody's talking about a while ago, if you watch some of these major tournaments on TV, there's certain areas that seem to fire at a certain time, and
Want to be at that place at that time.
right place at the right time.
Thought you had one there. Got a little tree bass. Also known as a tree pounder. So Kenneth's caught up with a 115. I'm going to head out of here. Take it over, Kenneth.
Just pulling up on boat 115 at Stifler and Gore. Just now getting here, so I'm going to pull up to them and see how the day has gone. I know they've covered some water today. We saw them further up north earlier today, and they were in Cedar Creek for a while, and now they're further down. The creek out down here. I'm trying to walk where I'm going. Brian Stifler and Wesley Gore here. A little bit of wind, so I'm going to get a little bit closer, make sure we can hear each other. How's it going so far today?
We got 5.
Got 5? What kind of weight?
13 pounds.
Okay.
Nothing big, all the same size.
Okay. Spots, largemouth, or combination? Okay, all largemouth. You've been targeting specific. You've been targeting specific places, or you've been moving around a lot?
I'm targeting certain stuff, but we're just fishing grass.
Okay.
We're not looking at them like we're
Right. Okay. Right. That's when they're most aggressive anyway, aren't they?
And the baddest buffet fish.
Right. Hey, if you're going to weigh 5, you want to weigh the 5 biggest, you can do it.
That's right. That's the game, isn't it?
That's right. So, we have moved down the lake a little bit further, and the vegetation that's here is a little bit different than what we saw earlier. Earlier, I think it was mostly hyacinth mats, and this is grass that's more growing off the bottom. Hyacinth actually floats and leaves a canopy underneath. These guys have a little over 13 pounds. Estimated a little over 13 pounds. Of course, this is a team that's always consistent on the South Division. These guys are always in contention to win a tournament. They've got a lot of experience here on this lake, so no surprise that they've caught them well so far this morning. And they still have a long way to go in the day. They have an opportunity to really upgrade and catch a couple of really good fish and make a big difference to them right now. So you see Wesley's fishing real fast, and Brian is now, pitching into the grass, fishing a lot slower, and it's a team competition. So you're really looking at teams that are, try to complement each other and do different things, try to figure out what it's going to take to you know, to get the right bites. Of course, now Wesley's pitching as well, but at the point that they were on earlier, it was more of scattered, didn't have as much of the floating stuff. But this patch right here has a little bit of floating mixed in, so it kind of creates the canopy. So it looks like it's, you know, real thick and fish can't be there, but it's actually, since it's floating, it's kind of a canopy, so it's open underneath. Especially cold front days, it's an area that these fish can really just kind of pull up to and feel more comfortable. Sometimes that's a way to catch the biggest fish in the area. See, they're communicating. They're already thinking about, you know, what their next move might be, what they need to do to. And that's what we see every one of these tournaments. The teams that do well and consistently do well, they're constantly communicating, constantly working together. You know, that's why we typically see weights, you know, higher in team events than, you know, some of the different trails that are individual events. It's because you have two anglers that are working together, and everything they catch counts together as the team. It's power bowl down. These guys are come to a little bit bigger area. This is more of the hyacinth that we saw earlier today. So power poles down. It kind of keeps his boat sitting in one area. Doesn't have to keep his foot on the trolling motor. It's shallow water, so they're not disturbing anything, and really pick it apart. But that, you know, the green grass, that's water hyacinth. So it actually floats, and underneath is going to be open water. So it's an area that these fish can pull up into, and they still have room to move around. You know, the water here is quite a bit clearer than what it was in the creek that I was in before, but there again, I am moving. We go, the clearer the water's going to get. We're going to hang out here a little while longer, but I know Luke is on another team, so let's go to Luke and see what they've got going on now.
Thanks, Kenneth. Down here in Waxahachie Creek again, boat 117, Douglas and Joseph Schaller. They got a limit in the boat, small limit, and a little bit different look than a lot of the guys we've been covering so far. We came way back in a pocket to catch up with these guys. Got a few largemouth. Texas rig trickworms seem to be the deal. You guys had a lot of bites this morning?
12, 13.
So a good number of bites. Any lost fish?
One or two maybe.
That would they have helped?
I don't want to say yes. But
just choose to ignore them. That
right.
They got off. They're better off. You didn't need them anyway.
That's right.
Okay.
The bite for us has tended to get a little bit better as the day goes on.
So as it warms up, the bite gets better?
Honestly, I wasn't expecting to have time in the boat by this time, to be honest.
What does that do for your confidence level as a tournament fisherman? You get 5 quick.
Slow down.
It makes you slow down.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier on live. It's really important to lay that foundation, right? Like it just mentally between the ears, that just makes the day that much smoother. Now, are your bites, I see this timber out here, but you're also pitching up to the edge of the grass. Are your bites coming, is it a mix where you're getting bit, or are they all around that grass?
Really, we're catching a few around the grass, but you got all the standing timber, but anything that's laying like horizontal.
Okay. So more lay downs.
Lay downs, yeah.
So like this we're coming up on right here could be a juice spot for you.
3 boats to fish it,
Oh.
we'll see.
3 boats have already fished that. Well, we've seen a little bit of that too. It's a little crowded down here.
It is. It's more so than I was expecting.
saying that bites are coming on these stretches. You got a lot of standing timber down here on this end of the lake, and of course you got the grass. But the bites they've been getting of anything that you've got that's horizontal, and that's typically true in my experience when you get around a lot of timber. That one little difference in the cover can really hold fish, it seems. Coming up on a really nice tree, but he said 3 people have already fished it, which there are a couple other boats in here that are not ABT boats that we've talked to as well. Everybody seems to be having some luck on this end of the lake, though. Not seeing the size. If you guys had to guess, what would it take? What's it going to take to win today? What's your target weight?
I would be happy with 16, 17, but I think it'll take 21.
Okay, 16, 17. You'd feel good driving back to Beeswax with that.
Right. And I think that's attainable from what we see.
You have a pretty good practice down here?
Thursday we did. Yesterday we've got some alternator issues going on, so we kind of got cut short.
Okay.
Got some spare batteries back here, so hopefully we'll make it back all right. But yeah, Thursday was really well.
Nothing like a little adversity to you know, keep you on your toes, right?
Makes it a little sweeter if you do.
That's right. So are you running with that alternator issue? Are you running around much? Or just kind of trying to stay put, cover water?
We're going to go a little further south here in a minute, but really we're keeping our units off other than live scope.
Okay.
Just hoping to conserve as much as we can.
That speaks volumes right there to how important live scope is. You're willing to risk the battery just to keep live scope on, right? It's certainly where we're at in fishing these days.
And I enjoy it too, not to see you stump in the water before you nail your trolling motor in.
Hey, that is, you know, it gets a lot of credit for showing you fish and showing you bait, but it can certainly show you that cover, and like you're saying, can prevent some damage or throwing you in the drink. Up with our buddy Robbie Floyd. He's going to join us here.
Look, I'm getting a history lesson here. Tim Watson and David Talley, boat number 160. You notice the boat they're in. I saw that Bassmaster Classic on the side, and I was like, man, don't tell me that was from 2002 when Jay Yellis won it. No, it was about 2004. He bought it off a guy. But either way, good to have you fishing with us here. But you're telling me all this history on Lay Lake and how I roomed next to a guy that finished in the top 5 of the Classic. There's a lot of history going on, but you said that guy's bite was determined by when they were pulling from the generator.
That's right.
Did you look at the generator schedule today?
Well, if you go up the river, you'll see a discharge comes out, and that's where he was sitting at. Everybody knows where it is.
My first Classic was Jay Yellis, and he needed that moving water. And he stayed there all day, and we loaded up in the back. Was it a good bite?
It was a bite.
I saw you getting ready to load up. I saw the reel down.
It was a,
You'll never know if you don't set the hook. But yeah, that Classic in 2002 is my first one. Jay Yellis would sit in his spot and wait for them to turn it on. Then he would catch his fish. I say he sit. He still fished, but he wasn't leaving his spot. He turned it on, he whacked them. Got a limit each day from one spot, and it was all generator based.
Yep. We would do that, but we start getting scared. We're not going to catch anything.
And you know what? If they didn't turn it on, he wasn't going to catch anything.
That's right.
And that's what the great mystery was. How did he know? He's that good. He's that good. I like Jack. All right, your game plan, guys. What did y'all do to start off today? Because now you're doing something a little different.
We started out throwing crankbaits and dragging a Carolina rig. And we When that didn't work, we changed. When we practiced, we come up here and spent half the day doing one thing and half the day fishing dock. And caught one good one, lost one. So this was plan B.
So Plan B's already got you, what, about a 2.5 pounder off a dock, and the sun and everything should make these docks work a little better, right?
Good. Yeah. Yes. That's what I'm hoping for.
What about this magic largemouth / spotted area you had? It was out on the main river though, huh?
Yeah.
But just didn't pay off as well today.
Maybe just too early. It's either that or it depends on every time I've ever caught fish there and it's done good. The water was up a little bit higher than what it is. They seem to have dropped the water and we here too. Yesterday, last week we come up here and we caught good fish. Yesterday we come up and we checked it. I caught 2 3-pound spots and we left. And today, came high by there.
Send it over to a pair that's catching some fish, and I saw a couple of fish being held up just a moment ago. Kenneth, your guys are on them, huh?
Yeah, we're still on Stifler and Gore boat 115, and they moved all the way through this pocket. They get out close to the end of this point, and they catch one, and it's a good one. They did a fist pump. Waited, put in a live well, but we knew they had about 13 pounds before that, so that's the kind of fish help them coal up a little bit, and that's what you're looking to do. Get your 5 fish in the boat, then you're looking for bites that can help you coal up, and you keep doing that all day long, and hopefully you end up with the weight that you want by the end of the day. Brian said that that's his favorite way to fish, so when you're catching them like that, it makes it easy to say. There you can see they got excited. They knew that fish is going to help them. So guys, that's the kind of fish you're looking for. You already had 5, you're looking to upgrade. Yeah. How much did that help you?
We got 1480 now.
Okay. Okay, these guys weigh their fish as they do go through the coaling process, so they know exactly what they have.
That's our biggest one.
Yes. So he knew he had right at 13 pounds before. He's at 14.8 now, so that was a nice coal. You know, these guys told us when we first pulled up to them that they're moving quite a bit, that they're targeting, they're not looking at them, they're not looking for spawning or bedding fish. These guys are targeting the fish that have just pulled up, the fish that are more active, more willing to eat a bait. They're throwing, for the most part. They did slow down in some places and kind of punch some of the grass, but you see here it's more scattered grass. They're really swimming a jig through it. It's what they're doing. They're looking for that more active, aggressive fish. And as they told us before, that tends to be the fattest fish, but it's going to be the easiest fish to catch too, because they're going to be a lot more aggressive. You know, that swimming a jig has gotten a lot more popular the last several years, and this is really the part of the country that a lot of that popularity has grown from, and we fish it a little bit different here than some of the other parts of the country. But you see Wesley on the front there, he's swimming that jig, and it's basically he's keeping it right under the surface, coming around and through the cover. But if you watch his rod tip, he's shaking his rod tip. It's kind of a light jig. It's a big profile, but shaking it like that just adds to it, creates more vibration, just adds to the bait itself. So it's not just throwing it out there and reeling it back in, truly swimming it. There's a lot of shaking to it as well, trying to make it more obvious so this fish can figure out where it is and go to it, kind of make your strike zone a little bit bigger. You see he's got a nice little floating patch there, so he started punching it. So that's kind of what you do in this grass. You kind of alternate a swim jig and then have some kind of a plastic rigged up with a little bit heavier weight that you can actually pitch and let it fall through the floating vegetation where it gets underneath. So this is an area that's got, it's shallow water where they are, the vegetation targeting's in shallow water. But, behind their boat is fairly deep water. I'm sitting in 14 feet of water, so there's a creek channel that runs in behind my boat. So there's a lot of fairly deep water real close to this shallow water. So it's an area where big fish can really pull up and pull back out real easy. It wouldn't surprise me if these guys may hit this a couple of times throughout the day. It's very possible they could swing through here today, right now and come back later on in the afternoon. Could be another fish or two that's pulled up, later on in the day, just because it is so easy for these fish to move in and out. It was a cold night last night. Some of these fish may have dropped back out in this creek channel and kind of filter their way back up as the day goes on. I did notice that once he caught that fish, it didn't take long for Brian to come out of his jacket. Catching a fish like that will warm you up real quick. A little more chatter in the boat too. They were kind of quiet when we first pulled up, so I'm hearing a little laughter, a little more chatter. It's amazing what a quality fish will do to you. I talked earlier about teams that were covering a lot of water that was kind of struggling. It makes it hard to figure out what to do when you're not getting bites. This is a team that's covered quite a bit of water, but they've gotten some bites. They've got a good limit in the boat. Just saw them upgrade. It makes it easier to kind of get in rhythm and calm down and know that you're doing the right thing when you're getting the feedback from the fish. It's always important to try to get some bites in a tournament day and really just understand, what it takes to get that bite and try to duplicate it in other areas. And as you can see there, you know, they're obviously had a pretty good day catching fish, but they're still open to experimenting. And that is one of the other advantages of being in a team tournament. It does give you more options to experiment. You can have one guy that feels very confident in a certain technique or bait, color, or whatever it is, that can stick with it, and your partner can start changing things up, see if there's something that might make a little bit of a difference that one angler might miss. All right, we're going to hang out with these guys a little bit longer. They're about to come to the end of the point. It wouldn't surprise me if they pick up and move after they get to the end of this point, but I understand Robbie's on another team, so let's flip it over to him and see who he's on.
Thanks a lot, Kenneth. We're hop, skipping, jumping. We caught up with Gentry Gordy, Hunter Farish, boat number 31. See the Big Bite Baits label on the side of that boat. Using those to catch your 3 fish for about 6.5 pounds. We need some upgrades, but how about the numbers of bites? You getting bites today?
No, we've got 3 bites.
3 bites, 3 catches, legal bass. Have you been hitting the shallow stuff, hitting docks? You're just off the main river.
This morning we was just up the river on a big flat throwing a red rattle trap. That's where they came from this morning. But we knew that was just going to be a morning deal.
So is that were those bonus fish? Or were you?
We planned on that. I mean, just
planned on more.
Yeah. Yesterday we caught a bunch. Just hitting the mouths of different pockets up there.
Right.
I don't know if the sun being out early, the moon, I don't know what got them screwed up this morning, but it was tough. It was only 3 bites. 2 of them were the right ones. Just got to add to it.
So now the sun is up. It's getting a little later. Things warming up. Trying to hit all those shady spots.
Yeah, we everything that we've caught has been main weight. We cannot get bit inside the pocket. I mean, just past, maybe 20 feet inside of a pocket. Past that, we can't get bit. Everything we did yesterday come off the main weight, even the dock.
That don't make sense, does it?
No, it don't. Well, the water's actually colder as soon as you get in the pocket. It'll drop. It'll be 63 out here, and then as soon as you get back in the pocket, it'll go 60, 61. So.
But it'll warm up quicker, too.
Yeah, I hope so. We're just waiting on the sun to warm it up. Maybe that throttle bite will come alive and that top bite will pick up.
Okay, both throwing wacky.
Yeah, we had probably a 3.5 next to last dock yesterday. And we pulled in on it, so we figured we'd get these on the way down, too.
Yeah, I mean, same duplicates pattern.
Yes.
As far as these docks, you fishing on the outside? I mean, is it making a difference? Or?
I haven't figured out exactly where they are on these docks yet. We're just going to hit every square inch of it until we can figure it out.
All right, we'll stick around. The other guys are hop, skipping, and jumping on their end. We're gonna watch you catch one. Practice went well though for you, huh?
Practice went real well. I mean, the first time I've been up here, probably since last year. And down the trial, we probably had 15 pounds yesterday. Just, trying not to get it. Maybe that's what we ought to talk to him today.
All right, Luke has caught up with somebody else. Let's go to Luke real quick and find out who he has.
Down here outside of Waxahachie, out on the main lake with boat 186, Mike Fessler, Rob Kyle. Slow morning so far. We've got 2 in the box, and they were actually boat flipping a fish as we pulled up. So that's what caught our eye. We were running by. We didn't even see all the anglers in the ABT have their orange ribbons.
Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Bill Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. But that's not the only reason to get to know Bill Petty. Enjoy a 10-year unlimited warranty on every new Toyota in stock. Get 1 year of 24/7 roadside assistance. Test drive for the chance to win $5,000. You heard right. 5,000 big ones. Plus, choose from over 700 new Toyotas in stock and price to move. Bill Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. Get to know us today.
You let me see. Things you let me see.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Auten, Hank Terry, let's go!
Garmin LiveScope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin LiveScope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
Nobody wants to run out of power when they're on the water. There is a better way. Introducing the Charge Marine Power Management Station from PowerPole that does the work of 3 devices: a traditional battery charger, a charge on the run, and an emergency start system. PowerPole Charge.
Welcome back to live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail presented by Phoenix Boats, the ABT South Division, second stop of 5. I'm Robbie Floyd, one of 3 roving reporters on our Black Rifle Coffee morning show here. Gentry Gordy, boat number 31 with Hunter Parrish. 3 fish in the boat, about 6.5 pounds. But let's need to heat up, not only for them, but several of our anglers out there today. The water temp, Gentry, 61.5 degrees. What have you seen throughout the week, and what do you expect to see by the day?
Yesterday, right in this area, we were 63, 64. We did go south of the boat ramp just a little bit, and it was about the same. I'd like for it to get up around that 64 mark, but I don't know how, I don't know how it affected it last night. I don't know if it'll get here today. we needed to a frog bite. I think we get 2 or 3 bites with a frog. It makes it right for us.
And targeting these docks. I'm going to get a little further away from you, give you more room, but you don't know rhyme or reason or where they're at. You're just trying to pick every one of them apart.
That's right. I would think out here, being as shallow as it is, they'd be on the big, the ends. Until we catch 1 or 2 and pinpoint them, just hit all of them.
Again, they're morning fish. They were hoping to catch them on the strip with crankbait. Use that. Little success, but not near as much as they hoped for. But that was the time deal, because at a certain time, I said 9 o'clock or so, then everything just shuts off as far as that rod is concerned. One thing to let our fans know, and we did have a viewer ask what the water temp was, and that's why we come back with that. Locations, I know who was in the pockets, who was deep in those pockets, and I saw some. But as I worked my way upriver, a ton of people in the main river, not necessarily pocket-based. You say that's where you were catching fish. You can't catch squat in a pocket, can you?
No, I can't.
And that's just crazy because, everybody else, the fish is spawning time. They should be moving into the shallows. Everybody's doing that, but yet, it must be happening or we wouldn't see that many people out here in the main river. I say it must be happening as in people wouldn't be staying in the main river if it wasn't producing. The air temp this morning was about 40 degrees. The expected high is supposed to be around 63 to 65 this afternoon. We will be having our weigh-in starting at 2:30 with the first flight coming in. We'll do national anthem talk. We'll hear from Kay. Some discussions. I'd like to thank all of our sponsors for help making an event possible. Okay, we have one, thought we had one locked up, but speaking of sponsors, I see the big white baits on the side. Without them, none of this would be possible. Lose a little bit of signal. Okay, can you take it over?
I've got you, Robbie. We are back inside the Alabama Bass Trail Live studio here on the banks of Lay Lake at Beeswax Park. Just to give you an idea, we will be starting the weigh-in here around 2:30. First flight is due in then. By the time they get their bags, sack up their bass, and bring those to the scale, we expect that the first fish will come across the scale somewhere around 240 to 245. So if you're planning on coming out, I will give you just a little heads up. Parking is tight. With 225 boats here at Beeswax, it does make spectator parking just a little bit tight. I will remind you not to park inside the parks. Your car will be towed unless you are participating there at the park. So please make sure that you don't park inside there. Please try not to block any of the trucks and trailers so that the guys can get their boats in and out. This is a trailered weigh-in, so they need to be able to get their trucks out to weigh their fish. So just a reminder there, if you're coming out today, please bring your lawn chairs. There's no bleacher seating here. I would not recommend bringing any towels or blankets to sit on because it is soaking wet from the rain and storms that we've had the last couple of days. So please bring your lawn chairs. There is a pavilion here you'll be able to sit under. We will have the Golden Girls here selling apparel. We do have new sweatshirts in. They came in this week. So if you did not get one of those at the first meeting, I know you didn't. We didn't have them then. So they will have sweatshirts here as well as some of the new shirts that we got in for the Alabama Bass Trail for the 2023 season. Again, if you're not in the area and you can't stop by and see us, you can tune in to alabamabasstrail.org, where you can see all the action, as well as Alabama Bass Trail TV on YouTube, and then you can always check us out here on Facebook at Alabama Bass Trail Tournament Series. So all of those will be streaming live beginning around 2:30. I do want to just mention a couple of things now. As of yesterday at 10 o'clock, we announced the 2024 Alabama Bass Trail 100 Series Tournament Series, the schedule for that. January the 20th, I believe. I'm going to pull that up just so I don't misquote myself because I have a lot of dates and times running through my head. So let me give you the dates and times. January the 20th of 2024, we will be at Lincoln Landing on Logan Martin Lake. The great people at the City of Lincoln will be our host. Then we'll move on June 1st to Weiss Lake. There in Leesburg, Alabama, and then we will finish up in my hometown, my home lake at Wheeler Lake on November the 2nd of 2024. Teams that fish this year in the 100 do get priority registration June 1st through the 10th, and then on June 11th at 6 a.m. it will go live to all new teams. So you can check all that out on AlabamaBassTrail100.org if you're interested, or on Facebook at Alabama Bass Trail 100. So we are still waiting for Robbie to come up on. I know Luke and Kenneth are both moving to get on to new teams. I show we've covered 25 teams. I counted. I think we have six limits thus far, with Wesley Gore and Brian Stifler boat 115. They had 5 fish with 1480. So that's the largest limit that we've had reported, and it's kind of a shocking turn of events for them. It's all largemouth, no spots. We've seen a lot of spotted bass caught today, but Wesley and Brian, which is typical for them to try to target those larger fish. That's not a team that wants to go get a small limit early and then start building on that. They go straight for the jugular. They want those largemouth bass. They know it's going to take that to win this tournament. These guys have fished our tournament, and they fished the opens. They fished it all. So they are going for those largemouth bass. They know that's what it's going to take to win this tournament. Lay Lake is certainly full of spotted bass. It's finding that key kicker largemouth that's going to be the key today. Again, we've seen 18 to 24 bass, 24 pounds of bass. So we're going to get back out on the water. I think Robbie's on a team that we can get to him. And then hopefully we'll be able to get out to Luke and Kenneth as well. So, Robbie, talk about what's going on that boat.
Well, the clickety-clack's coming out. We've got a little buzzbait action going. I saw the bright gold ensemble for boat number 31 from Gentry Gordy and Hunter Farish. They've got 3 fish in the boat. But the dock that they're really been looking for, they've hit a series of docks. They're just hitting each one of them, trying to pick it apart. You see that one dock has some vegetation, a mat underneath it, so he threw out that buzzbait a time or two. But the dock he's heading to is the one that they had success on this week in practice. What day was it you caught the fish? Yesterday. Okay, so it was a recent. Did you actually stick it or just let him mouth it?
I tried not to stick it.
He caught himself. Okay, well maybe he's got a neighbor. And one thing about these docks, oftentimes they'll produce, or sometimes more fish will move into those areas. So they're hoping that's going to be the case. They'll stay back and let them pick it apart. And again, he said he didn't know where the fish would set up on these docks. So this should be a good dock for them. We'll stick with them for just a little bit, and then we'll probably go to the other 2. But you don't want to go away from this one if this is the one they've kind of been waiting on. But I know Kenneth might be loaded up on somebody as well.
I'm coming up on boat 98. It's Rob Lee and Steve Winslet. This is the team that won at our first event here in the South on Lake Martin. Just now getting to them, so get an idea of how their day has gone here. We'll cross over.
Kenneth, the beautiful part about that is they're playing with house money. When you win $10,000 at the first event of the year, boy, doesn't that free you up a little bit, doesn't it?
How's your day going so far? Got 1 fish. What kind of size? Okay. less than 2 pounds. One fish less than 2 pounds.
We had a 4 pounder break us off.
That hurts.
These tools snapped last night, got them slow. That's fun.
So I don't know how much of that y'all heard. He's got one less than 2 pounder in the boat. He said he had a 4 pounder breaker line. Got a hook set and a miss.
That's the third fish I've heard break off today, and the execution is usually at a high on the Alabama Bass Trail. But 3 break-offs in one day just from our camera boats, that's a very high number.
You know, Robbie, I know you talked earlier today about, or maybe Luke talked about, how the competition here is so strong. Sometimes it can get these anglers a little keyed up, during the day. They know they have to perform well. They know how to catch them well to, in order to win tournaments. This is a team here that's accustomed to winning tournaments. They won several. They won the last one at Lake Martin. So, you kind of wonder if maybe sometimes the added pressure you put on yourself ends up hurting you at times.
Well, the one thing with Lee and Winslet, they already qualified for the championship with their victory. This team finished second, so they're second in Angler of the Year points. And you got to pick your battles. You want to win every single event, but you also want to make it to that championship. Both of these teams have a great start in their season. The team I'm covering has 3 fish for 6.5 pounds. Your team has 1 fish for less than 2 pounds. So it shows you how things can turn around from week to week.
Yeah, and you did mention the championship, and that is very important. All these anglers are trying to make the championship. These guys are fortunate that they've already there, but there's other things these guys are fighting for. Obviously, they want to finish as high as they can in Angler of the Year points by the time they get to the end of the season. Alabama Bass Trail sends teams to that Bassmaster Team Championship, and this is a team here that has been there before and would like to go back. So I know they're disappointed in their start. It's still fairly early in the day. They have an opportunity to get it done, and I expect them to be able to do that as the day goes on. But these teams are ultra competitive. They want to finish as high in the Angler Year standing by the time we get to the last event as they possibly can. So there's a lot of things to be fishing for here.
Yeah, and with Angler of the Year, both the North and the South, and the overall Angler of the Year gets a little more pop. But, they're looking at free entry fees for the next year, possibly making the team championship for their bass. Like you'd mentioned, I think we take 9 teams from the North, 9 teams from the South. And to win Angler of the Year, you can't have a throwaway tournament. I think it was last year. I think the team that won might not have finished outside the top 30 in all 5. That just shows you, how good you have to be consistently. You can't, one win's not going to do it for you on Angler of the Year. You've got to be consistent for 5 full stops.
Exactly. It takes 5 good tournaments to do that.
I'm actually we got some matted grass here, flipping it on that edge, just trying to find something. Didn't happen for them with the trap early. Now they're going for the dock stuff, and I haven't really seen any bites, and we've hit about 8 or 9 docks. Now they've got some matted vegetation outside of dock. This looks as fishy as you could possibly get right now with the sun getting higher. This should be where the fish should be biting from.
Now, last night was kind of the coldest night we've had in a while. Do you think that's had an effect on them?
I'd say, yeah. I really thought we could catch 15, 16 pounds our first stop. We had 2 bites, broke off about a 4.
You guys have obviously had a lot of success fishing tournaments. You know, you've been in this situation before. You know, what do you think it's going to take to change your luck so far by the time you get to the end of the day? Okay.
Changing the area, we're supposed to make a move.
I think later in the day, it's going to help.
Okay.
With that cold front.
Guys later this season is going to have an advantage. You know, the storm coming in tonight, rain.
Right.
They'll probably bite late this afternoon. I would think.
Okay.
We're fixing to make a move. We headed up towards Cedar Creek.
Okay.
We got a couple of them netted up there. Hopefully they're still there when you go.
Okay. Sound good. Good luck to you guys.
Thank you.
Keep your head in it. This team is going to move, and he, you know, he talked about trying to hit a couple of different bars. They got what he called a bar. This is actually a road bed here, but they're thinking that if they can hit one of these road beds at the right time, these spotted bass can group up this time of year. We've seen that from so many other teams. They get in an area where they've caught quite a few fish. It doesn't take long to do it. This team knows they can do it. He said later on in the day, bite's going to get better. They're going to keep their head in it. They're going to keep confidence. This team's won a lot of tournaments, so they know how to win tournaments. They know how to come back from a day that they're already struggling. Let's send it over to Robbie.
I can't tell who this is, but somebody came up here and I just oh, it's Luke that you're on. But I saw a pair that just set the hook just a second ago that were working their way into this this pocket here. He was hooked up, but he lost a fish. And that's what I'd asked Gentry just then. I was like, what do you do? I can't believe they didn't get a bite in that stretch. You know, do you work around these points? Are these fish trying to stage up working into these pockets? Well, before they could get there, these guys moved in, got hit right there dead center of this entranceway. So what do you do? Are the fish deep and they haven't moved in shallow? Are they shallow and I just hadn't found them? Do you find that little passageway oftentimes of where they are transitioning from one place to the other? We're about to have a converging of minds here in just a minute. These guys are on the near side bank. Those guys are dead center. We'll see which one of them finds some of these transitioners. But until then, and we have a catch, I'm going to go to Luke Duncan.
Thanks, Robbie. Down here on the lower end of the lake with 121, Paul Tarpon and Greg Davis. Got a good limit of spots in the boat. Somewhere between 12 and 13 pounds. Their original plan was to largemouth fish this morning. They think the front might have slowed that down a little bit, and so they came down to the lower end of the lake. We're outside of Paint Creek here, but on the main lake. Really getting crowded. I feel like every hit that I've done today, I've talked about the crowding, but it is certainly, you can't ignore it. There are boats everywhere. We've got just like Robbie said, an interception headed our way. We've got another ABT angler working down the bank, but as soon as we pulled up on Paul and Greg, just about 10 minutes ago, they boated two fish that did not help their cause at all, and they decided to make a little move, so we moved with them. And now just fishing a steep bank, main lake bank. Throwing a drop shot around, throwing a shaky head around. We've seen them throw a jerk bait. They caught a nice spot when we pulled up. It did not help a little earlier. So it seems like on this end of the lake, the main lake banks are getting more attention than anything else right now, especially the points. You rarely go by a point, there's not somebody sitting on it. And Kenneth mentioned earlier, these spots do gang up, especially as they go to stage to spawn. And then you have some of these fish, some of these shallower main lake banks, that's actually where they will go through the spawning process. So guys will find a mix of both. But the common theme with all of our late boat numbers that we talk to seems to be that they're all fingers crossed that the bite gets better. We got that front coming in. There's gonna be a lot of rain tomorrow. Wind's gonna switch directions at some point. So hopes that the big bites will come this afternoon. And that's the biggest thing. You got 12, 13 pounds in the boat right now. No, that's not going to win, you know, not against this field. But what a foundation at 10 in the morning, and you got the rest of the day in your boat 120, late check-in. Definitely helps you slow down, pick things apart, and it helps your decision making because you're not running around like a chicken with your head cut off. And we do see plenty of that going on down here on this end of the lake, but not the case with Paul and Greg. You guys have a lot of largemouth bites in practice? Are they trying to spawn, you think? Are they staging? More staging? Just not quite there yet. Yeah, it was definitely the coldest night we've had in a little bit. Right in time for a ABT. It's always, Kay brings the bad weather to town, right? Always. Always. It's always Kay's fault. Okay. It's a good look right here at what the anglers on the lower end of the lake are dealing with. Sharing water. If you're not comfortable doing that, you don't need to be on this end of Lay Lake today, that's for sure. Another ABT competitor, but of course everybody being courteous. Paul and Greg are going to actually go around the team that's approaching them on the bank. I'm not going to have to referee, and I like that, you know. Nobody wants me to get in the middle of this. All good, even though it's crowded. Boat number are you guys? 193. 193. How many you got? 4. 4 in a boat. 193. Jeremy Smitherman and Timothy Hicks. 4 in the boat. As we pass them. Chasing 121 here.
Love your show, dude.
Thank you, man. Appreciate y'all. Good luck to y'all. I think we're going to get back up the lake to Mr. Floyd himself.
Did we have another Luke Duncan fan sighting? Is that what I heard going on? I mean, I'm a Luke Duncan fan, but I think we had another Luke Duncan fan sighting.
There may have been a small Luke Duncan fan sighting. Yes, Robert.
I've got the 102, Brady Bowden and Joseph Lacey. He did not have a fish on a moment ago when we thought he was caught. He was just ripping a trap in some grass, and you know how you get caught up on the grass, but oftentimes right after you get hung up and you rip through it, that's when they hit. So that's what we saw. But I did find out that Brady and Joseph have 5 fish for how much? About 8 pounds? About 8. Okay, that's a good start. Now, your partner just said y'all were looking forward to later on today. Why is that?
We feel like the later in the day it gets more of this grass and stuff's going to warm up. Since that cold, we had all that cold this morning. I feel like largemouth took a little bit of a hit. We're just kind of hanging out, playing with some of these spotted bass. First thing, we're going to put some largemouth in a little bit.
Now there could be largemouth mixed into this, but you're saying there's you're in basically a mouth to a pocket, and there's grass right in front of the boat or right out to the right?
It's right in front of this pond where it comes in. It's just isolated little sparse patches. There's some stump there that sits in them patches.
Okay.
There's fish that sit on them stumps.
Could be spawning stumps. So not only is there sporadic grass that's out there that you can't typically see, we did see some shad activity around us just a moment ago, but there's also stumps in there. And those of you who've been watching bass fishing on television know that those fish like to load up right there. There's a good one.
There we go.
Large or spotted?
Just like that. Spot.
Okay. Look at this. Got a belly on it too, huh? All right, that'll toll.
That's gonna toll for sure. About 2 pounds. So it's gonna call a 140.
So it's gonna call a 1.4.
Had a little malfunctions with the scale this morning. The clip broke.
You have a balance beam?
Yeah, got one of them.
That's a no doubter then. 271. Kind of 2 3/4. And telling the fans at home, it's grass, sporadic grass. There's stumps that they do actually spawn on. I mean, you've got a good variety, and you've got the opening to the pocket. So this could be the freeway. This is a good spot, I think. We just saw that it helped them out. So now they're probably sitting at 9.5, close to 10. They're talking it over. Looks like it was a jig fish, right?
Yep.
Jig fish, and we were right on top of it. No matter what you're throwing, you're in the right spot. Oftentimes they'll come up and grab it. Again, a confluence just off the main river as it makes its way into this pocket that I'm sure many people will go visit. But grass, stumps, bait fish all around. And unfortunately, Gentry Gordy just left, or he might have stuck around a little bit longer. But these guys, boat number 102, Brady Bowden and Joseph Lacey, with about 10 pounds in the boat. Unofficially, you're my leader because you've caught the most I've seen today. Yeah, we'll be back with more. We're going to have our wrap up here on the Alabama Bass Trail presented by Phoenix Boats. We're at Lay Lake. They have till 2:30 at least to fish today, and today we will crown a champion and a $10,000 winner.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Auden, Ted Cherry, let's go!
Garmin LiveScope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin LiveScope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic champion!
The TH Marine HydroWave H2 KVD Edition is a surefire way to ignite a feeding frenzy. The HydroWave utilizes a sound-emitting technology that imitates bait fish and other feeding fish below the surface that preys on the competitive nature of bass and other game fish to get you more bites. The HydroWave is another way that TX Marine has you covered from transom to trolling motor.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail presented by Phoenix Boats. It's time to wrap things up with our Busch Light wrap up, and all four of us have our own thoughts of what's happened throughout the day. I started off in the shallows. I started off in beeswax where everybody took off. Things really weren't happening shallow. I heard from other teams saying they couldn't get it going this morning. Everybody seems to be waiting for that special time. Everything needs to heat up. We had a cold night last night, temperature around 39 to 40 degrees at takeoff this morning, but the water temp is starting to build. 60, 62. Some people saw water temps up to 67 or 68 yesterday. So how long will it take to get up? The sun is out and things are happening. I am seeing fish being caught now. Are they going to get some of those transitioning fish? Are they going to get the fish that are tied, up to the bank that should be getting ready to spawn? We've seen a couple of those today. And guys, I don't know what the right solution is, but I think there's a lot of ways we're going to find them out here on Lay Lake today when it comes check-in time at 2:30 this afternoon.
Robbie, you're right, and I actually started not too far from you. I was a little bit down the lake from where we took off. Started in Cedar Creek, and I too started way back in the back. It's an area that I know that these fish typically pull in and spawn. We typically have a lot of boats in there this time of year, and it was a lot of color in the water. The water had cooled off overnight. One of the teams told me it cooled off as much as 7 degrees since what they had seen in practice a few days ago. That can negatively affect those shallow water bass. But I know that there's some areas these fish that these anglers got on fish. A little bit later in the day, I moved further down the lake, caught up with Schiffer and Gore. They had 13 pounds. We saw them cull up to almost 15 pounds while we were sitting there. They were fishing in shallow water. So where they were when we saw that fish wasn't quite as dingy water, but I know where they started, they were fishing some dirty water. So it may have negatively affected some anglers. I think there's going to be some anglers, some teams that get on these fish, got on them early. I did hear of some fish that were on bed. The Godwin brothers said they had found some fish on bed. They had a late boat draw. By the time they got to them, other boats had already gotten to them. So I know some of these boats probably caught those bedding fish. Like Robbie said, though, it's going to be really interesting to see how this turns out. We've only been on the water for half the day, basically. So there's a lot of things that can change from the time we come off the water till we get to weigh-ins. As always, weigh-ins are always going to be really interesting. It's Lay Lake. The weights are going to be good. It's going to be a lot of fish caught. The key is always going to be, okay, what's the largemouth to spot ratio? What are the teams that get on the bigger largemouth? If you can get on the bigger largemouth, you tend to have your weights a little bit higher. So tune in this afternoon as we do weigh-in, and you'll find out, just like we will, what it's going to take to win on this lake.
Yeah, I agree with both Kenneth and Robbie on that. It's going to be interesting to see what pattern it takes that really holds on to win that 10 grand this afternoon at the weigh-in, just because it seems like everybody we've talked to, they were really gung-ho about that shallow bite, and we've not seen it on the end of the lake that we're on. Now, typically this end is a little bit steeper, it's a little bit deeper, but guys are getting bites down here. We've seen a lot of limits down here, not necessarily the size. Boat 121 there had 13 pounds of spots to their estimate. I feel like that's a great bag, a great start, and like Kenneth mentioned, I mean, we're only halfway through this thing. These guys don't start checking in until 2:30. A lot of time left. And with that cold night last night, will the largemouth pick back up this afternoon? I certainly think it'll be the case. You got a front coming in. You can actually see it a little bit. You got some clouds starting to move in a little bit. It's just changing out here. It's a different feel than it was earlier today. And I really do think that we'll see some big largemouth come in this afternoon starting at 2:30 there at Beeswax, for sure.
Guys, I want to thank Robbie, Kenneth, and Luke for being out on the water today, bringing us all this action. I want to give my thoughts. We've seen everything from shaky head to drop shot, some shallow water cranking, and that's what we expected. I think guys practice very differently than what they're having to fish today just because of the warmer temperatures. And there is a lot of teams we have not seen. We have not seen Chris Rowland and Kobe Carden. We've not seen Paul Davis, Josh Chappell, Nick Harris, Chip Bradley. teams that typically do well here, we were not able to catch up with today. I do know that a team, Randall Hamilton, Justin Mott, went a long way, and they were in a 10 boat today. So I'm excited to see what those guys bring in. We were not able to catch up with them today. I showed we covered 31 teams, and the weight that we looked at was 1480 for the lead. We saw about 7 limits. But the story that I'm going to end with is Rob Lee, Steve Winslet. They won the first event. They're fishing with a little bit of pressure off of them just because they've already punched their ticket to the championship. But as we reported just about a half hour ago, guys, they have 1 fish in the box. They're going to go hit some more spots that look just like that. If you were to see the GPS trackers that we have on our computer right now, you see a bunch of blue lines running and gunning, and I think that's the story of the day. Guys are going to hit a lot of spots. We have roughly 4 more hours before the first flight is due in. We have 6 hours until the last flight checks in. Guys, we'll be back here at 2:30 to start this weigh-in. We'll bring our guys off the water. We'll reset, stage will be built, and we'll see you back here at 2:30 at Beeswax Park for the second stop of the Alabama Bass Trail presented by Phoenix Boats. Stay tuned. We'll see you back at 2:30.
Is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Auten, Hank Terry, let's go!
Garmin LiveScope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. This is just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin LiveScope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
Nobody wants to run out of power when they're on the water. There is a better way. Introducing the Charge Marine Power Management Station from PowerPole that does the work of 3 devices: a traditional battery charger, a charge on the run, and an emergency start system. PowerPole Charge. Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Bill Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. But that's not the only reason to get to know Bill Petty. Enjoy a 10-year unlimited warranty on every new Toyota in stock. Get 1 year of 24/7 roadside assistance. Test drive for the chance to win $5,000. You heard right. 5,000 big ones. Plus, choose from over 700 new Toyotas in stock and price to move. Bill Petty Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. Get to know us today.